I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Stel_phone resubscribed for 4 months. It's too early for me to think of something clever. Good morning.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Dorky1 resubscribed for 30 months.
Test, test. I'm here. Yo, if you hear that crackling, it's Nick's eating a treat. So, what's up, chat? What's good? And what's good, YouTube chat? Because YouTube chat's also here. Sound like Freddy Fazbear. What's up, chat? Hope y'all doing well. Hey, we have Hutch numbers before I even started. it's also so funny because like I had no beef with Hutch. But he was stupid. But like I let him be stupid in peace, minding his own business. But Hutch had to be the, you know, leftists are to blame for Kamala Harris person. So, don't save. Nick's, what you doing? Stop. Thank you. It's gonna take 2 hours for my video to upload, bro. I'm re-editing a video because it was demonetized on upload. So it'll be up tonight probably. I'm just consistently wrong. It's kind of impressive because he doesn't believe anything. That's it. That's the answer. He doesn't believe anything. Also, he's bad at argumentation. I don't know how you start like as like a debate, bro, like a Twitch streamer, YouTube person. After, of course, you know, moving on from doing COD or whatever, and just do bad argumentation. Like he acted like his screenshot of me is a gotcha, but like I stand by it fully. Like I was correct. You know? Close. Close, close. Where's my chat right now? It's closed. Open. Because they were the tier 1 for 6 months. Because this is my most drama farming trader for sure. He thinks everyone would support ICE if they only went after bad people. I mean, like, it depends on how she said it. Like, that would be correct. Like, if she's saying it as if it's a good thing, then yeah, she's also stupid. But like she's not wrong if she means, she doesn't mean this, but if she means that like if ICE only went after like people who were perceived as bad or criminal, then it would be supported by both parties. It would be a uniparty decision, and it wouldn't actually be something that is actually you know, morally reprehensible to most people. Right? That would be correct analysis. But we all know she doesn't mean that. And he believes in team sports and is definitionally a liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current war. Yeah. But he's so dumb. He's wrong. Because somebody sent me a clip or replied to me with a clip of him, and we'll get to it as well. Right? This is the fuck Hutch day. Right? Because Hutch has said the most idiotic and stupid things. And I think too many Kamala Harris supporters get away with like being objectively wrong about what happened during the election, only to then months later turn around and then blame leftists. And I said this would happen in my Kamala Harris video, right? Because it did it during Biden. They were supporting stuff that Trump did and Trump won during Biden. Kamala Harris was running on, I'm going to do what Trump failed to do, and that's secure our border in 2024, but they have to pretend like that didn't happen, right? Because it's team sports. again, I'm not even like anti-Democrat, you know. Honestly, I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point where like my party affiliation is about to change to independent or something. But I still want to vote in the Democratic primaries. So, because if I can stick it to these freaking establishment Dems, you know, even if it means debasing myself with the D label next to my name, I might just have to do it. But like I'm a Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat. Like, this is the party that I voted for. And I said it back then, right? For months consistently. Which is why it's so funny people to screenshot my literal W's. You're screenshotting my oracle prophecies, you know? I said, if you are an influencer, right, Hutch included, and you are not using all of your influence right now to try to pressure the people who are currently in power to stop doing that, right? Like, stop doing a genocide, then you are effectively pro-genocide, right? In the same way that I feel about influencers now. If you're an influencer right now, you're not trying to put pressure on the current administration, the people currently in power who are murdering people on the street, right? You're pro that. I'm the consistent person here. The only consistent person, it seems. Right? They are not. They want influencers to be anti-Trump. They want people to be anti-Trump, and that's it. They don't care about the protection of marginalized people, which is why the audacity of a white man to call two black men, right, two black leftists, like the people who are chiefly responsible for the murders in Minneapolis, right, complicit in the murders, and not Kamala Harris, right, or Joe Biden, who were doing the same thing, right, to black and brown people. I literally killed a black man this year, and you don't see Hutch crying about that. He's too worried about yelling at leftists online, and that's it. He's inconsistent. Inconsistent. My position has been consistent, which is why you will never find a screenshot of me saying something or having a take that I fundamentally disagree with now. Again, as I said, I did take accountability for the tweet that I made when I replied to Hutch. Right? The only thing that I regret about my advocacy in 2024 is genuinely believing the Democrats actually wanted to win. That's it. That is the only thing I regret. You can clip that. That's my only regret. My only regret is genuinely thinking the Democrats wanted to win. Because they didn't. They didn't want to win. There's nothing that I could have done. There's nothing that the other person that Hutch tweeted could have done. There's nothing that Hassan could have done. There's nothing that freaking Beyonce could have done to make Kamala Harris win the election. Kamala Harris lost the election because she wanted to lose the election. She was too committed to committing genocide than to actually listening to the people, what the people wanted now. That's it. They want to lose and blame everything on Trump. They wanted to win if they could win by keep doing a genocide. That's it. That's it. They're like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll win, sure, but can I keep doing a genocide? And the base ostensibly said no. And then I was like, oh, well, whoopsies. Kamala lost because of Hassan. I mean, that's too much motion, and she tried to vote blue no matter who, yeah. Which is why, and this is an important lesson to take from this, chat. This is why it doesn't matter whether or not you vote for the Democrats or not. Right? If you voted for the Democrats, they'll treat you like Hassan. If you didn't vote for the Democrats, they'll treat you like me. Right? Or they'll pretend like you didn't vote for the Democrats. Because again, they have no idea who I voted for. They have no clue. The only thing that I said is that I will vote for Kamala Harris if she institutes arms embargo and commits to not doing a genocide. And they're like, why didn't you vote for her? Right? I said this about Ole as well. Right? I know this. I was looking for a tweet that I made and I saw the Ole tweet again. But it was the same thing. Right? If every single person did what I did, we would be in a different state right now. How do you leverage your vote for anything? That's the only power you have. People like to say how powerful your vote is, but you can't even leverage that to get concessions. If you didn't, right, you're pro-genocide, fuck you. That's it. That's how I view it. If you didn't leverage your vote against Kamala Harris, if you didn't even try to attempt to hold them accountable, right? And hold your vote hostage to try to convince them. Because that is, again, the only power you have against the Democrats. That's it. That is the only power you have. They don't listen to anything else except for your votes. They are politicians and they want to get elected. The only power you have is in your vote. And if you had the choice between withholding your vote until you got something, or just optically withholding your vote, right? I talked about this before, and I think Bad Banana tweeted at me at that point too. Let me see if I can find it. It was about I think it was about Ryan Beard. I've been consistent on this, and I will continue to be consistent on this. I'm trying to find it. Twitter search is so bad. Oh my freaking goodness, hold on. Yeah, I have to check on my phone because Twitter search on my computer is so bad. Also, I don't know if Twitter's not indexing anymore. I don't know if Twitter's not indexing any more freaking tweets on Google search. Let's see. Here. Because if you want to show my old tweets, show my old tweets. Show, I've been consistent on this. I am the only person in the Democratic Party who wants to win. Objectively speaking, the only one. No one else wanted to do it. No one else wanted to win. I have been consistent on this. Consistent on this. And I was objectively correct, right? Objectively correct. What is wrong with you, doggy? What? 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 What is your beef? What? Ah! Stop! Stop! Ah, she's attacking me! Ah! 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 What is up? Stop! What? Hey! Hey! Ah! 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 What? Why does she keep yelling at me? Why do you keep yelling at me, doggy? I fed you. You need more water? All right. Oh. I closed the door. She needed to go outside. I thought I opened it. Sorry, doggy. Good job. I guess she really had to use the bathroom. I mean, she's potty trained at least. I would rather her do what she just did instead of peeing and pooping in the house. So. I saw the remote, man. You're cooked. Oh no. I already told you use the collar button just in emergencies. She said, open it now or I pee on the bed. You are totally correct. She did threaten that. That's why she went up there and she sat down. She's like, if you don't let me out right now, I will pee on the bed and I won't feel bad about it. Come in and say, Hutch? Yes. But Hutch indeed. Right, but here, this is the tweet. This is me, October 29th, 2024. When that fucking loser was running around being like, Kamala Harris is gonna win, right? And we're gonna rub it in all of your faces. We don't need you. Don't vote for her, right? That's what Hutch was doing. Where's it at? Hold on. That's what Hutch was doing. The same month, October 15th, 2024, Hutch was saying, don't vote for her. You are not necessary to this coalition. We will get it done without you. Fuck you expect us to do. Beg? LOL. Dot. That's what Hutch was saying and what Hutch was doing, right? He was telling voters to not vote for the Democratic Party. Do you know what I was doing, right? Besides sending 450 million fucking emails to Congress to call for a ceasefire, Hutch, I was doing this. This is what I was tweeting. Right? I have a staunch no Jubilee policy, but I think this message is important enough to break that rule. October 29th, 2024.
I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And
sorry, I had the thing in the way. Right back.
I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to go forward with my decision. And I think that...
Right? I was going on Jubilee, the 10 million subscriber YouTube channel, right? And I was begging the Democrats to change what their policies were so that not me, other people would vote for them. I was begging for that. I was like, I know they are going to lose. You were on Jubilee? Yes, I went on Jubilee specifically to do this. When Jubilee reached out to me, right? Because they ain't reaching out to fucking Hutch. When Jubilee reached out to me and was like, can you come on this episode? Right? I was going to decline it. Because it's fuck Jubilee. Jubilee sucks. I was going to decline it. But this was getting so close to the election and there was no path, no avenue for the Democrats to win. So I was like, if I can go to this platform, right, maybe I can convince somebody, some potential person, right, that maybe co-signing genocide as the mainstay of your policy is a bad idea and you have to change the course in order to win the election. This is what I said. Kamala Harris is playing a dangerous game, making this decision closer to than it should be by refusing to making this election closer than it should be by refusing to message even slightly differently than Biden on Palestinian emancipation. Not to mention the right-wing slant on domestic policy, like immigration that we're seeing the consequences of now. I am the archetypical Dem voter, a black, young, college-educated swing state voter. I represent the demographic that has been voting for Dems for decades, and one that has never and will never support Trump. But you are losing people like me who are staunchly opposed to genocide. Voters are staying home, voting third party, or leaving the presidential ticket blank, and these are the voters you need to win. It is a popular policy to support an arms embargo. 77% of Dem voters want it, and 61% of all voters do as well. My message to Kamala Harris is this. You must pledge to withhold arms that are being used to conduct this genocide. It is not only politically popular, but morally imperative. You gotta get rid of this purity test mentality at this point, though. What purity test mentality? What purity test? There's no purity test. They lost the fucking election. There's no test. We failed it. We flunked out of college. There's no purity test here. She lost the election because she didn't do what I said that she should do. That is it, verbatim. She lost because she didn't do this. This is not a purity test. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what I fucking think. It matters what the voters think, and the voters didn't vote for her. That's it. It's that simple. I mean, going forward, the idea that we reject even remotely qualified people because in his specific standards, that's my point. Fuck you, chatter. It's a fucking genocide, number one. And number two, it doesn't matter what you fucking think. It doesn't matter what you think or the Democratic establishment thinks. What matters is the voters. You have to move to the voters. I don't give a fuck if you purity test or not. The voters will. So long as it's not compulsory voting, people are going to stay the fuck home. Why would they take a day off of work, take themselves down, and freaking take a bus or walk or drive 30 minutes to their nearing fucking polling place, right? To stand in line for an hour for somebody who does not represent their interests. It's not even about purity testing. Kamala Harris didn't offer people shit. After 4 years of Biden, people seeing their life get worse and worse and worse, and they see this candidate who is like, I'm going to do the exact same shit that Biden did. Why would they vote? Why? You have so much smoke for the base, the people who actually get people elected, than, I don't know, the people who need to convert the base. Kamala Harris was so very clear. She wanted the independents, and guess what? She fucking lost them. It's literally one sentence. She knew the magic word, and she refused to say it. How is that anybody else's fault except for hers? All she had to say is, I will withhold arms to Israel, and she would have won the fucking election. That's it. That is all she had to say. Because guess what? You don't even just win votes like mine, right? You win the support of people like Hassan with large audiences that could potentially championing your message, right? You win the support of leftists online championing your message, right? You get us, right, not being fucking embarrassed to say your name, right? You get liberal Democrats not being embarrassed to say your name. You had liberals who were embarrassed to go out and ride for Kamala because of how much she was doing a genocide. Every single person who didn't do this is complicit in her loss. If you were an influencer, right? And here, I said it. I'm consistent about this. Hold on, let me see. I have another tweet about it too. I have to pull up my phone to search for it. Here it is. I have it. I found it. Another example of me being consistent on this. Right? This is what I said last year, February 5th. I said, any creator for Kamala that refused to use that DNC access to speak up for Palestinian liberation can fuck right off. Y'all have the opportunity to use your press access to and such a cool opportunity than actually speak to power. If you all joined the uncommitted movement and used that access to protest, then maybe Kamala would have pledged to safeguard Palestinian lives and we wouldn't be here in the first place, right? Or maybe it's this tweet. Right? Where I said there actually is a realistic third option, and that is Kamala stops funding the genocide and wins the election handedly. It's not only morally correct, but also, as polls show, it's popular as well. If she refuses and loses, it's entirely on her. September 2nd, 2024, I was yelling into the void. Consistently, right? You want Trump to lose? So do I, which is why I'm spending the next 60-something days to the election trying to get the National Democratic Party to understand this very clear pathway to victory. While Hutch was sitting there, right, saying shit like this, don't vote for her, you are not necessary to this coalition, we will get it done without you. I was saying, please, Democrats, please, I'm imploring you to listen to me. You will lose. You will lose. Do I have to leak it? I'll leak it. I'm a time traveler, chat. I'm sorry. I came from 2026 to go back to 2024 because I knew what she was doing. I was a time traveler. I saw that she was losing and I was doing everything in my power so that she could not lose. I saw the writing on the wall. I knew that she would lose. My panels are falling because I'm getting so mad. I think my vibrations and my voice are shaking the entire apartment. Do you see Charlie Kirk as you were coming back to this time? I did. We passed each other. But that's it. That's it. Right? And this is the craziest thing. The craziest thing about the Hutch situation is that Hutch literally co-signed what I said. When Hutch was asked, what do you expect people to do about ICE? He's saying, well, just work within the system. Why are you should just work within the system to create political pressure. And that's what you need to do. I said you said something that finally put the last bit of election anger that I had towards the voters onto the Democratic voices as it should be. I thank you. This is what Hutch said about ICE.
We're talking about political violence and kind of strategic tactical things. I know you've already said you don't want anything to do with the anarchist side. That's fine. They probably don't want anything to do with you.
They don't.
So it's probably a mutual feeling.
Yeah.
So we're good on that front. So let's say you, Hutch, using your platform, you're spending all your energy for the next couple of years mobilizing, you're going out, you're getting the normies, you're helping with that. Would you be opposed to an anarchist doing a very strategic and targeted tactic to divert, like say they did a choke point on like an ICE station, or they diverted energy or did something to really target something in a specific manner? Would, even if you don't avow it, would that be too far for you if it was strategic and targeted?
I would in that instance, I would not support that, because okay, what are you going to do? You're going to create a choke point for what? Like a couple hours? Like, they will come in and push you out, and it will ultimately be unsuccessful. And so again, it just, when you confront that reality of like, this is just not going to work. Like if we try to physically engage with the state in this way, we're just not going to be successful. And so what are the risks? Jail time, felonies, and then what are the benefits? Literally none. And so then you have to go to, okay, well, what can we do? And then you get to this very practical answer of like working within the institutions, working within the system itself to create political pressure.
He said to work within the system itself to create political pressure. What do you call what I was doing here? I wasn't telling people not to vote. I wasn't saying never vote for the Democratic Party ever, right? What I was saying is that I will give my heart and soul. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, girlie. Sure, I guess. She just took a straw from my bag. She can have it, I guess. right? But I spent the entirety of the lead up to the election trying to create political pressure. This is what I was saying here to Ryan Beard. This was in August, right? Where I was saying this in November, on November 10th, 2023, right? Where Ryan Beard was saying that it was a white position to hold to have this position, right? Why didn't you get a Los Pollos tweet? Because he's racist. But I said, hello, white person, minority here. I still think it is good political strategy that even if you intend to vote for Biden, you should not say it so you can use that leverage in order to push for more concessions. Like, I don't know, a ceasefire for an ongoing genocide. This is not about Kamala Harris. This is about political pressure and strategy, right? And this is what I said. I said, this is objectively good political strategy. As voters, we have one avenue of collective power, our vote, and it's our right to withhold that vote to extract concessions. Something I said in November last year, if you want to convince us to vote for Kamala, you better start protesting. Why is the post always deleted? Because they're all fucking wrong.
Jill Stein, who deserves
right? In 6 months to a year, all of HUTCH's posts are going to be deleted too. Because it's going to be fucking wrong. And the tide's going to shift so far that people are going to realize that they're wrong. That's it. I am the most consistent person on this. This is what it means to have political pressure. You have one avenue of collective power, and that is your vote, right? I don't care if you voted for Kamala, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you Kamala Harris supporters are all just pro-genocide, and if you voted for her, you're pro-genocide, and you need to be thrown out of the leftist movement. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. At no point have I ever said that. Right? But that's what political pressure means. That's it. It's like voting with your dollar, but like actually with votes. If, and I shouldn't have to explain this basic concept in civics to you, but if a candidate really wants to win and a lot of their base is not for something, they will change that position. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. I know my camera is freaking, it moved yesterday. But it's that simple. If Kamala Harris realized that like the entirety of their base, all of it, 100% of her base was like, we're not voting for you, right? If you support genocide, and she still did it then, it would be entirely her fault, right? And I think you would realize that. But no, it's just, I think it's purely coming from people wish casting, right? It purely comes from people wish casting, and they're hope pilled, and they're just like, well, maybe we could live in a different world, right? Maybe the world would be different. Without acknowledging that I knew what was coming, right? You didn't. You were totally fine letting her rip her hair out, essentially. You're letting her throw away the election, right? Because you couldn't see the writing on the wall. You thought because genocide wasn't your red line, right? You thought that because pandering to Republicans wasn't your red line, that you were indicative of the entire country. Like, I'm sorry if you actually went out and talked to voters, especially black and brown voters, right? In the real world, they hate both parties. They hate both parties. They're not a fan of the Republicans, obviously, and they're not a fan of the Democrats. They hate both parties, which is why consistently 1/3 of the country doesn't vote. 1/3 of the eligible voting population does not vote. Where's it at? I said it in a tweet somewhere. I swear I said it in a tweet. Maybe it was a little bit earlier. Yeah. Right? The person said, fuck you and the 90 million Americans who couldn't bring themselves to vote in 2024. And I said, 1/3 of the country never votes. Turnout has been a consistent problem that the Democrats have abandoned in 2024 in favor of courting independence. The question the Dems should be asking is why people didn't vote for them, and the Democrats' response to ICE so far lays it out clear in my opinion. That's it. That is it. 1/3 of the country doesn't vote. They are jaded. They think nothing will change no matter what party they vote for, and they sit on the couch. Whether or not you believe that doesn't fucking matter. That is what the perception is from the voters. And you have to message to that perception. To the voters. Not to me, not to you. To the average American voter, right? What are you doing? Stop. To the average American voter, they see the two-party system and they see the government and they see something that doesn't work for them. There's a reason why Zohar Mamdani is polls so far above in popularity when compared to any other Democrat, right? And that extends to AOC as well and Bernie Sanders as well, right? Because they see them as outsiders who want to shake up the establishment. But establishment Dems and establishment Republicans are seen as both establishment. It's the Democrats' job to message to those people to be like, hey, I will be different. You may not think that I will be different, but I will be different. That's it. You have to message around that. You do. Randomly done thinking for the prime. But that's like Hutch is just a moron. He's dumb. And Hutch is not committed to the Democrats winning. Hutch is committed to getting Democratic dollars, DNC dollars, hopefully, and dunking on leftists. That's it. That's all he does. That's all he does. He doesn't actually care about marginalized people. He doesn't. Guy literally told people not to vote, but telling leftists that they discourage people not to vote. Exactly. He literally told people not to vote. And I think that's what made him so mad. Because I quoted my tweet here, right? With this tweet, I said, the political instincts of a fucking raccoon. Right? And this got him heated. Trust me. Then he started talking about like US aid being cut. He'd be like, you're like Mao and Stalin. You killed 14 million people with your own two bare hands. That's it. He started crying about how I am specifically at fault for US aid being cut, and that I love the fact that like 14 million people will starve, I guess. Like this got him heated. This got him mad. This is how you know that it works, right? This is how you know, right, that like you are correct. So that's it. So because unlike Hutch, I stand by the tweet that I said. Right. So like again, the consequence that came from this is Hutch being like, you are directly complicit in the deaths of the two people in Minneapolis. Me and this other random black guy on Twitter are the people. It's like how people said that Christian Divine killed like North Koreans. It's like that, but like you in the picture of Pyongyang. Exactly. Yeah, I am a part of ICE apparently. And I killed the people in Minneapolis. Hey, yo. Chill out. Ew, that was gross. She just burped. Ugh. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. That's crazy and so loud. It was insanely loud. Yo, stop. Nixie. You can't sit here. You can sit on the bed though. Up. 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 Come on. Up. Hey. Fine. Come here. Come on. You want to say hi to the chat? Ready? Oh, there you go. Hey, stop. Stop. Ah. Okay, you're looking at my microphone. It's gross. Anything you want to say? How do you feel about Hutch, doggy? All right, I feel the same way. How do you feel about the Kamala Harris? Oh, okay, nope. Okay, can you sit down? Sit. Hey, sit. Sit. All right, I'm gonna put you down. You ready? Okay, she sat down finally. Nick, you're too big to be in my lap. You're not a small dog anymore. You're not tiny anymore. I know. Stop. Don't lick my face, please. I saw where you put your tongue. It's gross. All right. Okay. Time to get down. Time to get down. Thank you. Come on. Good doggy. Boom. You see on this side. Hey, stop. That's my blanket. Gosh, she's fully grown. Well, she has a few more months left. She was so funny in your last video. So let me check my upload. Dang, this upload's at 27%. Oh my freaking goodness. I'm uploading 2 hours and 13 minutes on this upload. That's crazy. That is insane. How big is the file? Hold on. I have another video that is ready to upload, but it's the file is 11 gigabytes. How is it just an edited, cut down version of a VOD that is 1.4 gigabytes? How does it end up 11 gigabytes? It's literally a cut down version. I literally just cut 8 minutes from the same VOD. Stop. Trying to eat my buttons. Stop. Did you re-encode into a higher bit rate? I don't think so. I was wondering why it took 30 minutes to Is that what all my videos? Wait, that's all of my videos are like 11 gigabytes. All right, I need to fix that. Yo. You can't get my legally undisclosed nondescript bottle that I got and I have, but I will not say the name for obvious reasons. Download Handbrake to compress them for easier uploads. Do I have Handbrake? I thought I installed Handbrake. Yo, okay. Come here. Please. Here. Take that. Put that over there. Ugh. Anyway. Cyber, thank you for the 22 months. And Dan Larson, thank you for the streak. Gosh darn it. It looks the same on chat right now. I need to turn that off. Did you ever tech tongue yesterday? No, I did not. We will at some point. Hey. Hey. What are we doing? Highlights. Subscriptions, whispers. No, there's no way to not highlight that. Anyway, it's fine. Here's the footage of Alex Pretty's murder. It doesn't have much traction online. I'm not sure if it's been blocked for Americans. I'll link it, but it doesn't show any TOS from what I can see. I don't know if we need to continue to watch the footage of his murder, chatter. I don't know if that'll change anything holistically. I think we've seen it enough. Hear everything the officers say. I mean, I'll take a look, but I still don't think you need to. I mean, this doesn't really add much. He says, do not push them into the traffic. I don't know who he's talking to, though. I mean, I can show it. The second part to it. Yeah, it keeps on pushing people into traffic. It's odd. This is the only part that's really like meaningful here. There's a lot of horns and honking before in the pre part. It says do not push them into the traffic, but I don't know who he's talking about. Or is the IJ just saying it? Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. I didn't really know. I saw part 2 a few days ago. I just don't know. Necessarily know if it adds anything. You just like somebody just says, "Do not push them into the traffic," but like, you know. I don't know. The cover on the majority report chatters can go listen to yesterday's episode. They want to find out. I just don't know. I don't know what it. I don't know if it adds anything particularly new. Particularly looking for a gun and say, "Where's the gun?" We saw that a few days ago. Here. That's something else that I wanted to show, and I lost it. But that's my position. I've been consistent on it, and I stand by it. Kamala Harris lost because they didn't listen to me specifically. That's it. Kamala Harris lost. They didn't listen to me. Listen to Hutch, who told them that it was a shoe in that she was gonna win, and that they didn't need us. They didn't need leftists. She lost mostly from voter suppression. That's not true. She lost because she fucking sucks. She got less turnout than Biden did. The 4 years that Biden was in office, there was not any meaningful change in any swing states as it pertained. There was some voter roll purging, but not anything that would preclude her from actually losing the election. Just because she's pro-genocide, and because she pivoted to the right, and she had no actual legitimate populist policies that actually appealed to people. It's both no. No, she didn't lose because of voter suppression. She did not. It's not. That's not a thing. Major purges, polling places closed, throwing out ballots makes it harder to register. Yeah, that's all stuff that existed, chatter. And that is something that the Democrats could have curbed if they so chose to. They did not. But none of that would have stopped her from winning. You know what I mean? None of that would have precluded her from actually getting the votes and engaging with voters. You know what I mean? She went out and she decided to campaign with Liz Cheney. She decided to like pull the Hillary Clinton and ignore very prominent swing states because she thought that she won them. Right? And the Democrats did nothing to actually stop the voter suppression that was actually happening. Nothing to do with Liz Cheney? It has everything to do with Liz Cheney. Her deciding to placate to Republicans is a very prominent reason as to why she lost. This conversation happened last time Trump won? Yes. And yes, Trump won, even though Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, which Kamala Harris couldn't even fucking do. And the leftists, the actual leftists, were like, hey, this sucks. We should abolish the Electoral College. And do you know what the establishment Democrats said? They said no. They said no. They saw the Electoral College essentially steal the election. And they were like, nope, we love this institution, actually. We actually love it. Why didn't the John Lewis Voting Rights Act pass? It doesn't matter. Genuinely, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is your job as an elected official to operate within the reality that you exist in. That's it. If you're claiming that nobody could have won the election, then why is anybody to blame? Why don't we just lie down and die? Would you wait in line 6 hours to vote? If the candidate is good enough, yes. And you know why? People did it for Biden, chatter. What you're describing is not something that is like, what I'm describing is not something that is insane. It shouldn't happen, but people did it for Biden. Biden had record voter turnout. Kamala had record non-voter, not much, like unvoter turnout, like no turnout. You voted by mail for Biden, the option was removed? No, it wasn't. Vote by mail still exists. You can request an absentee ballot. It is a thing that exists. People also went out to vote for Biden as well. You are looking for any cope you can to try to absolve the Democrats from running a bad campaign. None of this is new. None of this is new. The Democrats know this. None of this is new. Right? We came out 4 years of Biden, right? 4 years of Biden after we saw how Trump got elected. None of this is new. None of this is new. It is your job as an elected official to engage with the reality that you live in. What you're saying, chatter, is nobody could have won, so fuck it. Throw your hands up because there's nothing you could have done. That's what you're saying. There's no way she could have won. Nothing could have happened. You know, sucks to suck. Oh, well. And that's categorically not true. It's not. There are very concrete steps. Actually, Gina, they were doing this thing in like an Assange chat. There are concrete steps that Kamala Harris could have taken to have won. Concrete steps. And I know this because I made an hour-long video outlining all of those steps. Scroll. How the Democrats fumbled the 2024 election.
Going to do is spend a lot of time.
Such an issue that it needs to be standard to separate from Joe Biden. I include this as well, right? The 5 reasons why she lost the election is, you know, 1, she adhered too closely to celebrity culture. 2, you know, partially because she's black. That's part of it, right? Joe Biden staying in the race, pandering to Republicans, and then Kamala refusing to change policies. That is it. Either that she wasn't excited to you, that doesn't mean we didn't have a voter suppression problem. Chatter. She was not exciting to me. She wasn't exciting to the fucking voters. Admit that. Say that. Yes. Say, I want you to admit what is factual reality. Voters did not vote for her. It's not about me. None of this is about me. People did not leave the couch to go and vote for her. And even if I were to give you the voter suppression problem, whose job do you think it is to fix that? I don't know, maybe the people with fucking power? Again, the Democrats refused to abolish electoral college. Not that they would have helped. You waited in line to vote for her in Texas? Not enough people, chatter. That's the problem. Not enough people. If you had to wait in line to vote, which people did have to wait in line to vote, wouldn't it make sense that people would wait longer if the candidate was more exciting to them, spoke to their issues, and was not, I don't know, defending a genocide? We're talking about the meaningful actions, the meaningful steps that she could have taken to win the election, or to win the election. Remember when Mama wouldn't even talk to the uncommitted movement at all outside the DNC? Yes! Remember when they kicked out Hassan for just, talking to the uncommitted movement? Remember when there was no Palestinian speaker or trans speaker at the DNC, but she let a freaking sheriff talk about why the border is so bad? Yeah, also let Olivia speak. She lost because she refused to do what was necessary to win. Right? To that chatter, what do you think should have been done? Right? Kamala becomes a nominee. Oh, sucks to suck. There's nothing we can do because voter suppression will make her not win. Uncommitted movement thing is what made Hassan extra critical of the DNC and can kick them out for it. Yeah, that's the party that wants to win. You have a huge contingent of your constituency who are jaded and upset and who are trying to get your attention, and your excuse is to kick them out. And we're still trying to pretend like Kamala wanted to win the election. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. All they did was scold. Yeah. And now they're surprised that they lost. Right? But this doesn't upset me, genuinely. Right? Hutch is being an idiot and a moron and fucking bald doesn't upset me, you know? Because all I know is that come, 2028, 2032, and every year after, so long as the Democrats don't change, they will continue to lose. They will continue to lose. Right? I was naive. I'll admit it. I was naive. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020. Not because I was excited to do it. Right? He made a few promises that I hoped he would keep, like student debt cancellation. Didn't happen. But I thought, maybe this party sucks, but it can be useful to pushing the movement forward. And all 2024 showed me, and everything since showed me, is that this party is unimaginably cooked. They don't want to win. They don't want to protect marginalized people. Right? They don't even have self-preservation. All this has taught me is they want to lose. And they are totally fine with losing because they don't give a fuck about us. They don't. They don't. People like Hutch don't give a fuck about you. Or me. Or any of us. Right? All they care about is their own fucking bag. Right? If they're even getting that. And if not, their own moral posture. They don't care about winning. They care about, chastising people on the left. And that's it. That's it. So, and the point of the matter is, it's not even just me who feels like this. There are millions of people in this country who feel the same way. And so long as the Democrats keep failing, no matter how many K-hivers are yelling on Twitter, they will keep losing. And people will get more and more jaded. It doesn't matter what Hutch thinks. Nobody's thinking like, what does Hutch think about this? Because when push comes to shove, he's a meaningless speck in this country. All the Denisha Carter's screeching that we failed Kamala, bro, get real. I did see a song pull up a Denisha Carter tweet. I was like, Denisha Carter's a capitalist, like a, unabashed, unashamed capitalist grifter. Who also thinks poor people shouldn't have kids. So, she's always sucked. She said that? Yeah. Yeah, I made a video about it. I covered it. Bam. Bam. Failure. Look at that. Oh. Yeah.
Grew up in poverty, not not a single one. Then she's gonna say, well, people don't have to be emotionally intelligent to have kids. Yes, you do, because if you don't, they'll end up traumatized. Hi, I grew up on government assistance with 7 siblings, and my parents couldn't feed themselves before they had us, and they still couldn't feed us when they had us. If you can't pay your bills, why would you have children? Well, you could still have a happy, healthy childhood. You can't have a happy childhood if you're hungry. Sorry, nobody wants to hear the truth. Eugenics this, eugenics that, babes. If you can't feed yourself, you can't feed your kids.
So this really irks me. Right? So this is her co-signing the whole, like, you know, if you're poor, don't have kids thing. I talked about it consistently. Now it can quickly fall into and backslide into eugenics. Isn't that victim blaming? Yes, it is victim blaming. And also, this is a point that I didn't mention in this video because it didn't occur to me then. That in conjunction with like anti-abortion like regulation being passed is like, so what do you do if you just accidentally get pregnant and you can't get an abortion because you'll be jailed? You know what I mean? Like, well, we're not thinking about the totality of the situation holistically. Like from a fascist, anti-natalist perspective, for the poor, that is eugenics. You argue for policies that make it more families can afford to have kids. Then, nah. She's like AI. It's unsettling. That's her kind of her whole bit. She's supposed to her whole bit was like talking in like a monotone voice, and like pretending to be AI before AI was popping. Anyway, she sucks. That's kind of the point. She sucks and is not good. Right? Who is this? Oh, this is me. Because back in my old apartment. Oh, see, the panels are back, and so are the paintings. The paintings and the panels and the lights are back. My camera quality got better though. Both of these videos have the same amount of young lady. Oh, that's Denisha Carter. Anyway, I just wanted to show this because this is the party that Hutch loves so much. Great energy. Sure. Alyssa Slotkin is one of the 7 Democrats to vote yes on Kirsty Noem's confirmation. This is the Democratic Party who's 0% to blame. So I think I made a tweet. I'm not buying premium. Stop it. Right, where I said, awaiting the Hutch tweet saying that these Democrats are complicit to the murders of Minneapolis or in Minnesota, or that energy only brought to black leftists and not the people in fucking power.
My concern is you're sending a chill down the spine of America by going after people who either have legal status or American citizens. And when my colleagues ask you about habeas corpus, and you say, literally, we can review the tape, that you believe it's a right the president has. Mm-hmm. You sat here in front of all of us and swore an oath to the Constitution, and that is not at all what habeas corpus is. It is a right that we all get, that American citizens get, that people who are in the United States legally have. So my concern is it's complete overreach. I don't think American citizens, even those who voted for Trump, believe that you should be able to just grab someone off the street, sloppy, who has the legal right to be here, and certainly an American citizen. And I just am concerned that while you say you're going after the most dangerous folks, what you're actually doing is going after folks for political reasons, right? A PhD student that's unarmed
absolutely not
is not
doing
at the
that.
top
And we're not
of the
deporting
list.
U.S. citizens, and we're not deporting
Well, 10
people
of them
who
have
have
been
legal
deported.
status here.
10 American
if
citizens
the children
have
have
been
gone
deported.
with their parents.
Yeah, oh, she's so fiery. But she voted for Kirsty Noem's confirmation. Right? According to Hutch, this person is not complicit in the murders. Right? The people who were begging Kamala Harris to please do what is required to win the election. Yeah, I'm... oh, wait, I don't know if I showed that. Did I show him saying that? Hold on. Where's it at? Oh, I have him muted. so he probably won't show up. I have to look for it over here. Because I knew if I didn't mute him, I'd keep responding to him. And it would never end. So I had to mute him so I don't see his tweets. The door is literally open, doggy. I literally went and opened the door for you. What is your problem? What is your problem? Stop. Stop. What? What is it? What? What? Where are we going? Where are we going? I don't know what her problem is. Get a rope, you can play with her. I literally have a rope, and she takes the rope and she runs away with it. And then she puts it on the balcony. And then she comes back in without it. Right? And so this is what Hutch said. He said, in response to this tweet, I called it, said political instincts of a fucking raccoon. He says, both you and him are complicit in the 2 deaths in Minnesota. I'm going to tell you both to get fucked in every election. You continue to help Republicans in. Get fucked. And then I replied and I said, if this is true, then how are you and every liberal who unilaterally supported Kamala not complicit in all of the deaths her and Biden's administration caused in Gaza? You are so quick to absolve the people with power that from the actual harm that they actually cause. Fuck you, bitch. Complicit is insane. Yes. He is insane. Because I think he's frustrated because he knows that I'm correct here. He did say this. Right? Even to the tune where like people who are like, yo, Hutch, I hate these people too, right? You did tell them not to vote, bro. Like, I don't know what you like, you gotta just stop. Like there are people in his replies who are like, yeah, dog, I think that I hate them too, but you told them not to vote. Like the other people around here, like the other K-hivers, like the rest of us, we at least had the audacity to not tell them not to vote. Right? So we can blame them when we lose anyway. Like, Hutch, we knew the memo. You apparently didn't get the memo. Because he didn't get the memo. He's literally like, oh, don't vote for her. We can get it done without you. Then like when she loses, he's like, oh, it's your fault, actually, that she lost. You didn't vote for her. I'm not arguing with these folks anymore. Yeah, I've yeah. Doesn't care about what they perceive blowback is coming their way. People like Hutch let them get away with everything, so they are no longer even equipped to deal with stuff when she's a fan. Yeah. And then he replies, "Do you understand how incoherent it is to question my morals for supporting Kamala because of Gaza, when you quite literally helped make this headline possible, I feel confident that a Kamala presidency would have yielded better outcomes than what we're seeing now. Yes. It was like, did I say this? He just decided to ignore exactly what I said. It was like, Kamala would be better than Trump. Yeah, of course. Why would you even ask that question? I'm just like, I didn't. That is not the question that I asked. I said, if I'm complicit for the deaths in Minneapolis for trying to push Kamala further to the left so that she could win, how are you not complicit for all the deaths that they caused in Gaza by giving Israel the weapons to do it? Then I replied and I said, you were too stupid to understand my argument. You claimed I was complicit in the deaths in Minneapolis because I put pressure on Kamala to end the genocide somehow. And if that's the case, you are complicit in the deaths caused by the admin when you refused to pressure them to stop. Right? That's even before, that's before even getting into the fact that the politicians that you dick riding are also supporting Israel funding constantly. So would that also not make you complicit, or is that only work for people who are anti-genocide? I said, I'm not going back and forth with you. You support and defend genocide, ICE funding, or whatever the Dems do because you are an unprincipled swine who will lay down and get fucked if the DNC asks you to. And the Democrats will continue to lose so long as they listen to you. Yeah. This was a couple of days ago, but it still fits. The moment the Democratic Party decided to shelve the evidence of why Harris was losing in the last government shutdown, now 3 weeks later, you have a bald loser, liberals like HUTCH. Liberals like HUTCH saying that we caused a loss. Yeah, these Louise. I'm seeing red. Can't even read anymore. Because there's still a lot of liberals and wanting to delete myself with HUTCH had nothing to offer. It's just as on, let this bad, okay? Yeah. That's it. It's like, it's just insane to be like, you and this other random black leftist is like complicit in the deaths in Minneapolis because, right? I guess I said that that Kamala Harris should listen to me if she wants to win. It was also funny because like he put this post as an example. We do call Republicans when they're in power. I started posting regularly in late 2019, 2020, or early 2020. So Trump was on his way out. Also, we attack Democrats because they are like the Republicans. We know how terrible the GOP is. It's like looking at a pile of shit. You know it's bad. But what if shit is shaped like a chocolate ice cream? Somebody has to call it out. We're calling it out. The Democratic Party is shit. Yeah, like this is a completely fair take. Why is he posting this like it's his own? It's literally this person who was like, yes, we call out the Republicans. The Republicans suck. They're not in power right now. The Democrats are in power. And that's true. HUTCH wants you, and this is the perfect example of HUTCH is fine with genocide so long as the Democrats are doing it. If HUTCH really gives a shit about any of this, he'd be doing literally anything else. He lives in LA, ground zero for a coalition, anti-ICE organizing. He ain't doing shit. Nothing. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. He provides nothing. He just finger waves. He just finger waves on Twitter. And I've ignored him because he is doing nothing. Right? HUTCH literally yapping about Hassan being bad or whatever. I went out of my way to ignore him because I don't care what this bald loser has to say. Right? But he decided to quote tweet me when I'm chastising the Democrats for funding ICE. You know what I mean? Like they're just sitting there and they're like, it's like they took their shift at the baby killing mill. They're turning the baby killing machine, like, right? A few babies fall in, they kill those babies and they keep milling them. They're like, okay, my shift is over. Somebody comes in and was like, hey, I can make this more efficient. Hey, bring 50 babies, right? And they dump 50 babies in and it was like, brrr, you know what I mean? That person couldn't have done that if the person before them didn't keep the baby milling machine operable. The person who had the shift before them was like, oh, let me just oil up the machine so it works for everybody else. Does it still work? Yeah. Let me change the tires out. Those tires are getting a little bit dented. You know, oh, the metal is a little dingy. Let me clean it up, right? They cleaned up the baby killing machine, right? And the person who came after them just used it the way that it was supposed to be used. And you're being like, oh man, can we fire this guy? He's killing a lot of babies with this baby killing machine. Gosh darn it. And I'm like, no, can we just tear the machine down? You kept it running for that guy. And it's just like, oh, you want more people to kill 50 babies, I see? That's crazy. That's basically what it is. That's what we call a good analogy. I found the VOD where he debated Brett and admitted to not caring about local politics. Brett never uploaded the VOD, so I don't know if I should take a clip from it. I mean, Brett's in here, so you can ask him. That'd be an analogy. Thank you. Right. Also, somebody said that the HUTCH is also a Biden dead ender, and I need to see that. Hold on. Let me see if the tweets are still on his page. Biden. There's nothing from HUTCH and Biden? Okay, that can't be right. Dang. Okay, I will say at least HUTCH was is consistent on this. I don't know how long this clip is from. How long ago this clip is from. He has hair here.
They're gonna try.
Right. So I assume this is about the 2020 election. But like this is him talking about people who didn't want to vote for Biden.
Is going to try to court.
It's not.
They're going to try to aggressively court you because you're the
like
demographic that's just apathetic and dumb. You're not a priority for anybody.
Wait, hold on. I can figure it out.
So you say you don't want to vote? Fine, don't fucking vote, man. Give me and Hassan a raise. Give me and Mike from PA a raise, okay? I'll take the raise if that's what you want to do. Fuck you. I'm not going to beg you for a vote. Is going to try to court. They're going to try to.
Who is this guy? This is HUTCH. You're not in the club? Yeah. Oh, I know. Okay, you know what? This is a highlight on his channel. I have to watch it now. I have to watch it now. Why I'm still with Biden 2 years ago after the first presidential debate. Please. Please, I need to see this.
Of course, I still support Biden. Of course. What kind of a silly question is that? What do you expect my answer to be?
Bro, any person who supports Biden after that debate, unserious. Completely unserious. Completely unserious.
No, you know what? I'm thinking about giving Trump another go.
And look what happened, by the way. He had to drop. I want you to remember this, right? He had to drop out anyway. At this point, HUTCH could have been like, we need somebody else. Right? I think Kamala Harris would have had a way better, would have, had a way better of a chance if Joe Biden dropped out and they had a actual legitimate primary. When I got asked about immigration in this debate and called immigrants rapers and criminals as his answer, I hate Biden so much. The only good thing Biden has ever done is giving us the respect of just not saying anything. You know what I mean? There are no Biden stands. People are not running around being like, yeah, I love Biden. I don't have to hear from him. I don't have to hear about him. And that is the best thing he could do right now. That is legitimately the best thing. Yeah, no book tour. He dropped out in shame. And he left. And I that's the best thing that he's done. I have to hear about Kamala Harris every freaking 2 weeks from her freaking stands. And Hutch.
After last night's debate, I have decided to abandon my policy preferences when it comes to basically every issue that you can possibly think of. And I've
decided to take Joe's to get out of your mouth, relax.
Decided to give Trump another shot, who has demonstrated that he...
Do you also know he literally stands for nothing. He has no principles, right? When it was Trump versus Biden, it's like, oh, there's only two options. Trump versus Biden. That's it. You'd be hearing the primary was stolen, and that's why we lost like 2026. I don't care what we would have been hearing. It would have given her a better chance. Right? Because like there's no primary, and you're already hearing the people saying it was illegitimate. Right? Just drop out, endorse her in February of 2024. You know what I mean? Literally anybody running for at least 6 more months would have done a better job than she did. You have 6 more months of campaign. Okay, maybe not anybody, but there's a lot of people who would have done a better job with more time. She would have done a better job with more time. Right? Writing for Biden here is saying that Kamala Harris should have had less time to run. Literally. Writing for Biden, being the nominee, writing for Biden after the first debate is just saying that Kamala Harris should have less time to run. Hutch was proven to be incorrect by this. He was proven wrong by this because Joe Biden ended up dropping out. This was proven to be bad political analysis. Objectively bad. He's saying that Biden should not drop out. We should stick with Biden. He's the guy. And guess what? Biden ended up doing worse in the second debate and then dropping out. Hutch does not get enough hate for having that take. Even the DNC recognized it eventually. Yeah, and guess you know who also did? Hutch. After he dropped out. He's like, man, what a great decision he made. Man, Joe Biden really stands for something. He's really putting his ego aside to do what's best for the country. Right? A month earlier, he was like, no, Joe Biden should not drop out at all, ever. He's the guy. You know what I mean? He's the guy.
Violates every political instinct in me. I've decided he's the one. I've decided that I think it's a good idea to hand the lever.
His chat makes fun of genocide constantly because they think it makes fun of Hassan. Oh, you mean his 10 people? Sorry. Sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. Fuck Hutch. Bitch has been doing this for like, what, 6 years? Still like 200 viewers? Fuck you. I came like 2.5 years ago and I'm doubling his viewers. At least. Fuck him. Fucking loser. If he wasn't riding Destiny's dick for so long, he probably had 2 viewers.
Levers of power to a guy who incited a mob to attack the Capitol in an effort to prevent the certification of a free and fair election, and in doing so, disenfranchise millions of voters and essentially end the democratic project altogether. I've decided he's the guy that I'm going to trust this country with.
Like, again, it's so stupid because this is a straw man, right? People saying that Biden should drop out in Hutch's mind is like, oh, you want Trump to win. People saying that Kamala Harris should do more is, in Hutch's mind, is you saying, oh, you want Trump to win. He cannot imagine a better world. It's whatever the Democratic establishment is spoon feeding him, right? Like a fucking petulant child, right? Whose shit is diaper. He's like, wait, I didn't get the memo from the DNC yet. They haven't said that Joe Biden is bad, so he's not bad yet, guys. Guys. They haven't said he's bad yet. They're still writing for him, so he still has to be good. Like Joe Biden, in this moment, what you should be doing, which is what I was doing, is saying Joe Biden needs to drop out. Working within the system to create political pressure to pressure Joe Biden to drop out. It's almost like Hutch doesn't understand that at all. He didn't understand it here, doesn't understand it for Kamala Harris, right? No matter how much he rides for working within the system to create political pressure, he doesn't seem to understand it. Any political analyst, right, or political commentator worth their salt should have been spending their time pressuring Joe Biden to drop out so we could have gotten Kamala Harris earlier. Any of them could have won if every state had voter access like California. Chatter, they fucking don't, okay? Go live in your fucking fantasy world. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. Go fuck off somewhere. We don't live in that world. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And guess what? The Democrats don't fucking want that either. Fuck you. Go somewhere else. You loser. I'm working within reality, in the world we are currently living in, not your fucking fantasy world. Every state doesn't have voter access like California. And because of that, we have to do certain things, right, as the voters, and the politicians have to do certain things in order to be able to win in the first place. The Democrats don't want every state to have voter access like California. Chatter. I'm not from California. I live in North Carolina. I'm registered to vote in North Carolina. I know what voter suppression looks like. And do you know what I saw when I was in North Carolina? No fucking national Democratic politician trying to fix those fucking issues. That's what I remember seeing. Fuck off. Put an unban request and say, I was so wrong, pretty please. If it's not that, you're getting denied. Fuck you.
Because Biden had a bad debate night. What, are you serious? Is this a serious question? Is that a serious question? Do you have any political principles? Like, at all? It's just a silly question. Of course. Applo, again,
this is an important note, right? Hutch is a fucking idiot. That's it. All this is teaching me is that Hutch is a fucking idiot. He cannot imagine a world where it's not a pure binary of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. And that shows that he's an unserious commentator. Genuinely. He cannot imagine a world where somebody else steps in. And guess what happened? Somebody else stepped in. Unserious. Unserious.
I don't think you are in any position to lecture anyone about political power. Win some elections first, then come back, okay? Maybe don't lose your seat. Come back and we'll have a conversation about Cori Bush, okay?
Oh, also,
tell your people.
Hutch is a fucking racist. I'm fine with saying that. 100% fine with saying that. Just, I want you to understand the way he talks about black leftists. I would just look at it. Just look at it. Right? But also, I want you also to acknowledge, you see his bravado he has here. Oh, all of his bravado, right? Oh, he's like, oh, win some fucking elections, all right? And then come back, all right? After the Democratic establishment shafted Cori Bush because they hated that she was pro-Palestinian because Hutch is pro-genocide, obviously, right? But when Kamala Harris loses, then it's like, oh wow, you leftists didn't vote for her, so it's your fault. When Hutch a few months prior was like, fuck you, we don't need you, and you're not a part of this movement. You have nothing to say. We don't have to listen to you.
To get their shit together and win elections and then hang on to their seats before you come in here and lecture about political strategy. Okay?
He's just wrong. He's objectively wrong. Right? He has this white man audacity, right? Give me the confidence of a fucking moronic white man. Give me that confidence, please. I would rule the world. Imagine me being objectively correct and having the confidence that Hutch had here. I will rule the world. Rule the world.
Maybe start with like winning elections, And
Yeah,
when you
tell it to
lose
Kamala
elections, maybe don't fucking go out there and say, oh, it's fucking rigged. You talk about blue MAGA. MAGA claims every election they lose is rigged. Okay.
Wait, did the Democrats also not do that with Kamala Harris? I'm confused. Again, he holds no position. He holds no position at all. None.
People construct this utter fantasy that Trump is this guy that what do you think Trump exudes?
Again, and this is the important thing, right? To watch liberals always do. They always redirect back to Trump. We were having a conversation about, can this Democrat win this election? And he's like, you want Trump to win. And when the Democrat ends up losing the election, it's like, you wanted Trump to win. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Because what's also interesting is that the people that Hutch talks about like this, like the other black guy on Twitter, me, Corey Bush, like the people that Hutch talks about like this, right? Hassan, right, are more vulnerable than Hutch is when it comes to the policies of the white supremacist nation we live in, right? Hutch is a balding white man in this country. He's gonna be fine. He's not actually having to be affected by, the continuation of the genocide, right? The increase of funding of ICE. ICE ain't coming to his fucking neighborhood, right? They're not knocking on his door, right? The policing expanding. And so he gets to sit here with this audacity and this confidence being like, you don't understand. Joe Biden is our guy. When the rest of us actually want to win this fucking election, because it will actually impact our lives.
Trump exudes when he gets up there and is bragging about his fucking golf handicap. People that look to Trump and they see this like strong guy, I'm like, what happened to you? Like, who hurt you when you were a kid?
Thanks. I shout out Stancil. Stancil is a white boy you should ascribe to be. Stancil is a quirked up white boy. Don't be a Hutch, be a Stancil.
Who hurt you when you were a child? That when you look at Trump, you think, oh yeah, that's strength. How many court cases does he have to lose? You're talking about a guy who was found liable of massive
Again,
fraud.
immediately positioning people as like he's talking to as being pro-Trump, as opposed to like, again, wanting Joe Biden to step down so that somebody else can run to beat him. Right? They have one speed, singular speed. And guess what? Joe Biden would have lost to Trump, and Kamala Harris did lose to Trump.
Massive fraud. Lying about the craziest things. Lying about the size of his apartment. Inflating the value of his apartment so that he could obtain favorable interest rates when he applied for loans, and then shrinking the value.
And again, I'm sorry,
his apartment.
liberals are so funny. If this is what you care about when you talk about Trump, you are an unserious person. You are an unserious person. Completely unserious. Also, he yaps for like very slowly.
And when he was filing his taxes, so he could cheat on paying taxes. You have to pay more taxes than he does. And this guy is a self-described billionaire. We're talking about a guy who was found civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. We're talking about a guy who bragged about grabbing women by their genitals, and then was accused of
this was
from over 2 dozen women.
While he was balding. To have a second speed, you Mexicans and Arabs deserve what Trump does to you because you didn't vote for Kamala. That too. Biden was possibly going to lose blue states because of his debate performance. Swapping Biden with Harris was the only thing that could do to break even at best. She could have done better. Just a new face on Biden was just better than Biden. Yeah, that's it. Covering another protest in Chicago with vets such VA caregivers speaking out. If you had one question to ask them, what would it be? Good question. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Speaking out against ICE, how do they feel about the reaction from Democratic politicians? Just that's because what I'm curious about. And do they think that they should be doing more to fight against ICE? Reaction of what specifically? That's a good question. You see the Rokana clip? I did not. Yeah, I was seeing that their lack of reaction. I gotta think about that. Gosh darn it, that's a good question. I'm mostly just curious to see like if they see what I see when I look at the Democrats, which is just a lot of like flowery language and like condemnation, but not a lot of actions, right? Or what actions do they think the Democrats should be taking right now to stand up against the Trump administration, DHS, ICE, and Kirsten Elm and such? Like, what do they want to see from politicians to represent their interests? Here, we're gonna we can back around to this a little bit later, but I want to continue on with this a little bit longer.
Men.
The interviews go live. Sick.
Of offenses ranging from sexual harassment to sexual assault. Can we just briefly marinate on the fact for a hot second that Donald Trump purchased the Miss Universe contest? He purchased it. It became his thing.
This is what he was talking about, by the way. This is what he was talking about to, I guess, try to convince people that Trump was bad. This is what he was worried about. Again, we wonder why the Democrats, could not convince people to go out. If they were just like, guys, think about Trump said his apartment was bigger than it actually was. That's crazy, right? And not like, hey, Trump is a fascist, right? It's a fascist, pedophile, rapist who will do everything in his power to maintain power, and we should be doing everything in our power to win and beat them. They should have campaigned on him messing with kids, beauty pageants, definitely.
That he purchased the Miss Teen Universe contest. Donald Trump walked in, according to multiple Miss Teen USA contestants, not one or two, multiple, walked in on them getting changed. And you want to have a conversation about Biden having a bad debate night?
Yes.
We're talking about
Objectively, yes. Yes. We should be having that conversation because Joe Biden can't beat that guy. Of everything you described, right? Everything you described. Yes. She campaigned with Bill Clinton. No. Chat, you're talking about Kamala Harris. We're not even there yet. This is before Kamala Harris even takes the mantle. He's defending Joe Biden 2 weeks before he dropped out. That's it. He's defending Joe Biden 2 weeks before he dropped out. This is the day before Biden dropped out? No, I'm pretty sure. Is that true? Let's see. No, I'm pretty sure like he dropped out like a 2 weeks after the debate. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the next day. A couple of days afterwards. Confusing with Epstein, you're right. I think this was a little bit before. Let me make sure. Yeah. The first one happened on June 27th, and then he dropped out. Somebody said July 21st. So it was a month before. Remember when Clooney pulled his endorsement? I do remember that. Nix, what are you doing? She's very silly.
Donald Trump, who partied with Jeffrey Epstein for years. For years. There's one presidential candidate in this race that were on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs, and it isn't Biden. Donald Trump was formally accused in court of raping a 13-year-old child that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly sex trafficked. When he was on a talk show with his
The
daughter,
craziest part is that this literally has nothing to do with Biden and how well he could do against Trump, right? This is a complete deflection. A complete deflection. What does that do with Biden's brain leaking? Nothing, right? He's doing what the Democratic establishment was doing and trying to redirect the way from can Biden even win the election, right? Trump is bad. Yes, we know Trump is bad. Yes, we know Trump sucks. The question we have to ask at this point is, can he beat the Trump that is bad? And the conclusion was categorically no. And that's more of an indictment on Biden than anything. He couldn't even beat this rapist pedophile Trump, right? He's polling so far behind this rapist pedophile Trump.
he was asked, debunked. What are you claiming is debunked?
Back then?
He was on a talk show with his
2 years ago. This is him talking about this back then.
His daughter. And they asked him, what do you two have in common? And he said, well, I was going to say sex.
This is a complete deflection to try to get people to forget about how bad Biden did, right? Cool. Doesn't work for the voters. It does not work for the voters. Voters, right, understand that Trump is bad, but they see all of this and how bad Biden is, and guess what they do? They stay home. And for some reason, Hutch is unable to engage with that very clear Very, very, very clear circumstance. But I think Biden.
If he was just some guy,
the Kamala laws, yes, he did. To be fair, he was shit talking the entire time. He was talking about how he's the only person who can win, how he's the guy, and you know it's unfair to him.
If you were at a restaurant and you're sitting at a one top reading a book, okay, doing whatever you want to do at a restaurant by yourself because you're a fucking loser. No, I'm just kidding. If you were at a restaurant by yourself and you were sitting next to a four top, you know, a dad and his daughter and then a couple or whatever, and then the couple asks the dad, hey, what do you have in common with your daughter? And the dad's...
This has nothing to do with whether or not Joe Biden can beat Trump, by the way. Absolutely nothing. This highlight is titled, Why I'm Still Biden. Right? It has nothing to do with whether or not Biden can beat this Trump. 107 views. It's on Twitch. Highlights don't get views on Twitch.
Said, well, I was going to say sex, and you just heard that at the table next to you? Are you going to tell me that you wouldn't look over and be like, what the fuck did I just hear? What did I just hear? Joe Biden is on Epstein's flight log too. You want to accuse me of cope? You want to accuse me of cope? Joe Biden voted for Jim Crow. You want to accuse me of cope? We're talking about a guy who rescinded DACA. Rescinded DACA and then tried to use it as a political pawn. Despicable behavior. DACA, Deferred Action Against Childhood Arrivals. We're talking about people that were brought into this country by their parents illegally.
I'm still waiting
sometimes at a really young age.
I'm still waiting for him to actually talk about why Biden has to be the person. Right? Like, sure, whatever. The last 5 minutes of this video, whatever. Why does Biden have to be the person? He has not explained that. Still has not explained that. And honestly, legitimately, I think it partially has to do with racism. I do think that there were, at this point, a lot of liberals who didn't want Kamala Harris to be the nominee, right? Because they thought a white man would be better. There's a reason why they push so hard for Gavin Newsom, right? But Kay doesn't want to talk about that.
Three, 4, 5, 6 years old or whatever. They come to America. They're a part of their community. They have no legal status. They're not familiar with the country from which their parents came from. All they know is America and being an American. Obama started that. Yeah, do you want? That's a good thing. You're making my point for me. And Obama issued this executive order called DACA, offering protections for these people who should not be deported. No sensible person thinks that. It's obscene to suggest that. And what did Donald Trump do? What did he do when he came into office? He rescinded DACA and then tried to use them as a bargaining chip to get his fucking failed border wall, which didn't do jack shit. He is the least effective president in modern history. The least. Very first thing he tried to do when he became president, repeal and replace Obamacare with a shittier version of Obamacare. And he lost with huge majorities in Congress. He didn't even need a 60-vote filibuster-proof majority to get that bill over the finish line in the Senate. All he needed was 50-plus votes. That's all he needed. Do it with budget reconciliation. You don't need to do a filibuster with that. And he couldn't even get that done. After his own party had been talking about promise.
He's talking about Trump still? Or is he talking about Trump? I don't know. I just got back. Yes.
To get rid of Obamacare since its inception in 2010. do I still support Joe Biden? What do you think? What do you
Saying
think
Biden's
my
good
answer is
'cause
going to
Obama
be?
did a DACA and ACA.
We're talking about a guy who leveraged hundreds of millions of dollars in congressionally approved aid to Ukraine.
This is just why Trump is bad. This is not why I'm still Biden. This is just Trump is just bad. None of this changes if the nominee is different. You know what I mean? None of this changes if the nominee is different. Why isn't he bald? This is 2 years ago. This is him being a Biden dead ender after Biden's debate performance, before Biden dropped out. I thought he can give analysis on what Biden did because he probably doesn't know. No, he probably got the memo. This is pre-bald. He's balding.
They were fighting against Russian paramilitary troops that were attempting to bolster the separatist movement in Ukraine. Russia was fighting a proxy war with Ukraine before it turned into a hot war. And he leveraged hundreds of millions of dollars in aid, froze that aid, and said, I'd like you to do me a favor, though. You need to look into this Joe Biden fella and announce an investigation.
Oh, I found another good Hutch tweet. I found another good Hutch tweet. Hutch on October 7th, 2024. Talk that shit when your movement manages to secure any meaningful political power. You guys are basically defined by constantly losing and blaming it on a rigged system. No different than what MAGA does. Try and win without us then. Harris is going to lose Michigan and Georgia. We will win without you once again. Hutch, 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 Hutch. Hutch, 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 Hutch. I don't want to do it to you, but I definitely want to do it to you. Literally generationally wrong. Generationally wrong. Generationally wrong. Right? There's also this tweet that I actually didn't see. Because he also the reply wasn't enough. He had to quote tweet it. Would you ever get on a call with him? It'd be peak. I hate freaking debate calls or whatever. I also don't think it would be productive, but I don't know. Maybe literally, maybe if I get mad enough. Maybe if I get upset enough. Imagine Daddy saying the same thing. It would not be productive, yeah. Peak White Cringe doesn't need this good oxygen. Yeah, this is the tweet that I didn't even see because apparently his reply wasn't enough. He had to swing back in the quote tweets. He said, the guy I was talking to there was a Green Party moron. If you and him and every other lefty idiot who decided to help Trump had actually voted to block the Republicans from winning in 2024, those two dead Americans in Minnesota would still be alive today. This is objectively incorrect. This is, you know what? And I'm gonna go back and find the quote tweet. I'm gonna quote tweet this one too. This is objectively wrong. Objectively wrong. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah. Just objectively wrong. I don't know if you edit, but you use then instead of then in your last tweet. I feel like my typos give it character. Hey, come on, girlie. You wanna play? Hold on. Ugh. hope she has fun out there. Also, no, I, unlike all of my haters, don't have Twitter Blue. So you know all of my motion is organic. I get my 1 million impressions and 10,000 like tweets completely organically. Sent the message. Nice. Thank you. I think a performative live like him would not want to give money to Elon. Nah, people moved on from that already. Such actually paying for that. You know he is. You know he's not well enough to get a free one. Nobody's buying Hutch a blue check mark. I'm looking for a tweet and I cannot find it. That's good enough. Who's like a blue sky? I have a blue sky. I don't like using it. Objectively incorrect analysis, by the way, Kamalo could have gotten literally every vote from every third party and still would have lost the election. It takes like these it takes like these that are why you get called a loser, Hutch. Takes like these are why you get called a loser, Hutch. I just like your TOS is in place. Post. Your account may not be allowed to perform this action. What? I've never seen this before. Wait, did he block me? Hold on. I've never seen that before. No, he didn't block me. Can I not? Was I spelled objectively wrong? Boom. Post. Okay. That was weird. Haven't you recently just hit it again? Here. I get the unmute now. It's Twitter. You're broken. Decaf Hazard, thank you for the 12 months. Happy birthday. Are you sure he's a loser? Kick yes to continue. Yeah. It's like the one thing is like, people don't usually people don't usually tweet like this. Do you really want to say this? It's kind of mean. Can you refusing to say it? Guys, I saw this. You think I didn't see this chat? I'm tapped in. Streamer drama that is put as a related. You think I'm not tapped into that? I see all. Here, we'll get
and you MAGA idiots somehow found a way to rationalize that. You somehow found a way to like believe him when he said it was an innocent phone call. I did nothing wrong. Perfect. It was a perfect phone call. You heard him. You saw the transcript of him plain as day saying, I'm going to hold up your aid that you need to fight for your sovereignty until you announce an investigation into my rival.
It's less about like KDB is like MAGA and supports ICE. It's just like KDB doesn't want the fallout of getting like expressly political. To be fair, KDB was not like in that call with like Vanilla Mace. Like KDB was just kind of an observer there, you know. And even then, she was like, you know, I don't really get into that stuff here. You know, on my stream, we just play games and stuff. So like, I don't know why people are like surprised by this particularly. Hey, we take a little hutch break to see this. Britain says waking up to KDB being a flop is the world is so terrible. What did she do? I'm so untapped in. Don't want to take 2 seconds to save my guys, but says a whole lot of nothing for a full minute. Okay.
But it's just like I think I'm so secure in like the people in my life know what I believe in. Like my whole life I've believed the things that I'm telling you, like shit like that. Like I just don't it's not that it's not that
and the entire chat is saying fuck ICE, fuck Trump.
Deep. I just am not like, let me go on stream and do this and let me go post on my Instagram story. You know, that's not something I'm not going to like try and check that box, because I just know within myself, like, bro, like I'm not MAGA, I'm not.
Okay, well, that is exactly what Cutie said. Like verbatim, exactly what Cutie said. Cutie said the exact same thing. She said, listen, I know what I believe. Bitch, I'm an ally. You know what I mean? Like, like you're not going to tell me that I believe these things, that I don't believe it. You know what I mean? And like, KDB is like, listen, I know within myself what I believe. And yeah, that's all that matters. Doesn't need to say all of this. Just say, hey, guys, on the stream easy. Or just don't say anything, you know? Like, I think this clip we saw, we can't see KDB not saying fuck guys, right? You know what I mean? If she doesn't say fuck guys, we will not see the clip of her not saying it. Well, we will see the clip of her refusing to say it, right? Do you know what I mean? So like the best case scenario is that if you are going to not say anything about it, just don't say anything about it. David Cutie saying, guys, yeah, I mean, I think that she should say it. I think it's the good, you know, moral position to take. Is she gonna not say it but express explicit solidarity with the struggle? Not in this clip, I don't think.
I don't
like, the problem is not her not saying the words fuck ICE. It's that like she's saying like, listen, I'm not gonna do any of this performative activism y'all want from me, right? I'm not gonna post on my Instagram story about this being a bad thing, and I'm not gonna come on stream and be like, hey guys, this is a bad thing. Like, we all already agree here, so there's no reason for me to do it, kind of thing.
Believe in this. I'm not like, so I don't even want to say pro the stuff you guys are saying. Like, I don't even want this to be clipped. So, and like, to the person who said it's about spreading it, like, everyone in this chat knows, okay? Everyone in this chat knows. You don't have to go on Reddit and be like, she's not posting it on her Instagram story, she's not this. So, I don't want to get clipped in a bad way here, but I just, like, that's not gonna be, like, something I'm coming on before every stream.
Why is she so scared to say guys? Because she doesn't want to be clipped. It's literally that simple. I don't even think that she is like pro ICE or anything. I just think that she doesn't want to be clipped. You know, I don't think she wants. I don't think she wants to be clipped as being political in any sense. She doesn't want that clip out there because she's afraid that that may hurt her sponsorship in the future. That they may limit her opportunities in the future. She doesn't want to be clipped and harassed, probably. No, I don't even think it's that. I think it's more just like self-preservation kind of thing. Like, she's like, just say you don't like them. You could. Yeah, that's my point. That's why it's like, she could just say, like, she doesn't have to say the words like fuck ICE or whatever. She could say, you know, I don't agree with what ICE is doing. I think ICE is doing bad stuff. Like, and the strikes in effect, yes. But it's like, I don't want to come on and say what you guys are saying because I don't feel like I need to do that because you all already know what I believe, and I don't believe that stuff. You know, it's avoiding talking about all politics, and that comes across as very weird, and it feels like, you know, you don't care about these issues. Isn't this clip right now worse than just saying ice clip? Yes, no, you were correct. I agree with you. This is worse. I'm not saying what she's doing here is good. I'm just explaining to you why she's doing it, theoretically speaking. This is 100% worse. Right? She just doesn't want to be seen and positioned as political. Right? Or saying political stuff. It's that simple. Right? And I also don't think she understands the concept of like what solidarity means. Not the concept of solidarity, but like what solidarity means. Like what it actually is. It's not about like just checking a box. You don't post because you're checking a box. You post because it makes it easier, right, for the more vulnerable and marginalized people among you to be able to post about it and talk about it. Right? You post to make it easier for also the most, you know, unmarginalized, you know, unwoke, you know, white dude bro. You make it easier for them to post about it because they see the tide shifting. You add yourself to a chorus of voices who all are saying the same thing. And so long as the chorus gets louder and louder and louder and louder, it makes it so hard for the people in power to ignore it. Right? It's not about just being performative. It's not about like checking a box. It's you want to be a part of that chorus, right? You want to enact and affect change. That's where it talks about it without explicitly talking about it. Yeah, I mean, it's like this. In order to protect all of this, we need to protect basic human rights. Like, you don't need to do anything insane. I'm not saying you need to come out and say fuck ICE, right? It'd be cool, but I'm not even saying that, right? The point is you add your voice to the chorus of other voices who are all fighting for the same thing, right? Because the louder that voice is, the more impact you have and the more likely you are to make change. And so saying nothing and then expressly being like, I won't add my chorus to this voice, right, comes across as tone deaf, like you don't care about what's actually happening in the first place. It's a sacrifice that even small content creators are willing to make, and it should inspire bigger content creators to take the step. Yeah. Plans to do something. Yeah. And so now this clip is even worse than like if she would have said nothing. I never said anything especially political unless it's about animals or nature preservation. Even she made a post. So moving into indie VTuber space. Maya's great. I like Maya. I was like, Charlie? Charlie, when did you turn into a black VTuber?
Now, I know I said I never wanted to cover things that are political since a lot of people are more so stuck in their ways of thinking about politics, and anyone who questions their beliefs, a lot of people tend to feel personally attacked, in which the conversation doesn't really go anywhere. And this is coming from a person that isn't a Democrat or Republican. I think they both kind of suck. They're both two extremes that I wouldn't want to stunt my own want of understanding for, but at this point, it's going beyond politics. ICE is murdering people. It has been commonplace to wake up and see people.
I will say it is funny, especially to be a black VTuber and being like, both sides are too extreme. But even the black VTuber is like, this is too far. This is 100% bandwagon jumping. Yeah, but that's a good thing, chat. Yeah, you want the bandwagon to be accessible to people to jump on, right? That's the entire point of why we do this, right? The entire point of why we do this is to get people to jump on the bandwagon. I don't talk about this just so we can be an exclusive club here, okay? I want there to be a bandwagon. I want people to join us and say, yes, ICE is bad and it needs to be abolished. That's what I'm there. So yeah, like We can acknowledge that it is a bandwagon for sure, but also acknowledge that like I want people to be on the bandwagon. You know, I want them to be saying stuff like this. That's why I talk about the things that I talk about. That's why I'm so strict on content creators, right? To speak out against the genocide, speak out against ICE, because like it is a human rights issue. I'm not political. This is beyond politics. Just dodge politics entirely. I will say that like this was my view before I learned about leftism, right? Not that it was like two extremes or whatever, but I said I was a centrist when I was like 16 years old because I knew that I hated the Republicans because they were racist, and I hated the Democrats because they were feckless, right? So I was like, I must be something in the middle, you know? Until I realized that like, oh, I don't have to be on the middle. I can be to the further left of all these people. Yeah, I'm going to be there. I can. What is this leftism thing? I've never heard of that word before. I was like, what? They're further left than the Democrats and wanting to protect people's rights even more than the Democrats do? Yeah, I'm right there. As soon as I heard about leftism as a term, which I learned on TikTok, by the way, I was like, that's me. I'm that thing. Call myself a liberal as a teen because I thought that meant pro-equality. I called myself a liberal because on Hinge, they only had a liberal and conservative and moderate. So I was like, I guess I'm a liberal. Right? I hated the Democrats. So I was like, I guess I'm somewhere in the middle, in between. Then I learned about leftism. I was just like, bro, F both of these parties, bro. They both suck. Anyway, I don't really care about the rest of this, but yeah. Liberal was the opposite of conservative, and that's what I picked. So yeah, I've been chasing that community since kindergarten. My first boyfriend didn't speak English, only Spanish. Didn't show up to school one day, and she said he had to move back to Mexico. I was confused. Your first boyfriend in kindergarten? That's crazy. I was confused about why others weren't asking more questions, just accepted it. I made 2 comedy friends in high school and was like, hold up. Yeah, I did not make any communist friends. I did meet trans people in high school. I think and that's why representation and like actually talking to real people is important. I met a trans person. I didn't know like about I know like about like, you know, the gay people and stuff because of like Obama being against gay marriage in his early years. But I never heard of trans people before growing up. And I was in high school. I met a trans person. I was just like, okay. I didn't think any further. I knew about the gays. This is a crazy quote, Sean. I did know about the gays. I actually knew of trans people before I knew of gay people. Really? Having a trans friend in my life in high school changed me for the better. Yeah, like, and again, this is why I don't have much. I have a little bit of leeway for people, but I don't have a crazy amount of leeway for people. Cause like, you know what I mean? Like when I met my first trans person, I wasn't like, you know, you should die. How dare you be trans or whatever. I was like, okay, I don't fully understand it, but you know, you're a human being, and I will treat you like a human being. Right? Preferred pronouns? Okay, I'll try. I'll attempt. Right? It was to the point where like, because I met this person when I was in ROTC and we only went by last names. And I think some of the people in the like it was like, I don't know if it was on the, some people in the program were like dead naming them. I didn't know what dead naming was, and I did not want to. I was like, that's not their name though. But I don't remember their names. I just called them by their last name. So I only know of them by their last name. I still don't even know what their first name is. I have no idea. I have no clue. But I only called them by their last name. I didn't want to accidentally dead name them. I didn't even know what dead naming was. Right? Is that an ROTC thing though? Yes, it is. But like, because it was an ROTC thing, I never like learned what their first name was. Right? So I only had to call them by their last name when I was like, we were in uniform. Right? did it outside of ROTC too. Yes, because I didn't want to be disrespectful, because that's how I grew up. You know, I grew up being taught to not be disrespectful. Is basically what happened to you. Yeah, I think we watched this before. RTC had different uniforms for different genders. And if the uniform was a certain way, you can understand and be confused as a kid. Yeah, but honestly, this is why I think my ROTC program was a little bit woke because, like, it wasn't like you have to wear the uniform of the section you were assigned at birth, and if you don't do that, you can't be. You know what I mean? Like, the person was able to wear the uniform of the gender identity that they presented as, right? And it was no beef. Nobody was like, you must wear the men's uniform. How dare you not wear the men's uniform? You know? So like, I don't know, maybe I just grew up in a situation like where like people just weren't freaking insane. You know? It's Mr. Murphy. Thank you for the tier 1 30 months is crazy. I was excited for 11th grade because we had green and brown suits. And that was gender neutral. I felt swag about it. Yeah. Catholic schools sucked for that, especially expectantly. Yeah. RGC at my school was pushed onto us, and I so hard I felt it was like training to get drafted. I mean, basically it is. Was that peak woke? It might have been peak woke, actually.
Of course. I actually ran to my old college roommate at the airport. I found out that they had recently transitioned, and I was thrilled because I had forgotten their name. I am a trans ally, of course.
Yeah. Coming in woker. If you know a person is trans femme, I would avoid purely they theming. Just saying. I mean, you're right. You're correct. You're not the woker for that. You are not wrong for that. It's a good joke. It is a good joke. That was Sean. That was me. Is it not okay to use they them when you don't know their name? No, it is okay to use they them. The chatter is speaking to something that happens very often, is that it oftentimes people will just, even when they know the person's preferred pronouns, will still use they them. And it's like kind of like a woke way of like misgendering, because it's like you don't see them as like a valid woman, right? So I think that is completely fair. I still think defaulting to they them is, you know, net positive. Right? And like the shadow is completely correct. Right? The shadow is completely correct. Right? Because like some people will do it maliciously. Right? So if you're getting from like going from like misgendering people to like using they them pronouns, like that you're going in a positive step in the positive direction. Right? But like you don't want to try to otherize people by just being like, yeah, you're something different, especially when they say that their preferred pronouns are like, you know, she, her. They them defaulting seems fine, right? But they tell you have a preference, you stick to that. Yes, basically. You just try to be respectful, right? Just try to be respectful. It's kind of the best way to go about it. You know? Asking isn't hard. Hey, I'm sorry. You've already said this. What are your preferred pronouns? Yeah, but like, that's if you're talking to a person, you know? Like, if you're talking about a person and you genuinely don't know, their pronouns are she, her. Like, if you're talking about a person and you genuinely don't know, like, you know, just defaulting to they, them is fine, because you don't want somebody else to meet that person and start using the wrong pronouns, right? Because when that person meets that person and they're using their pronouns, right? They, them pronouns, then they can be corrected as well. You know? Or you just call people by their name. Yeah, it was just me. No, I don't think it happened. A quick oops, I didn't know. I'll make sure to do better. It's always a good apology. Yeah. I'm so bad with names. Don't make me do that. That's fair. That's like how instruction manuals use always defaulted to he when needed, but then somebody started using she instead. That's so funny. By their last name, right? 100%. 100%. Unless they renounce their last name, then you're kind of cooked. You're kind of cooked. What are you going to do at that point? I was about to say, you know, the last name is always safe, but like, no, they could have renounced their last name. Then you're cooked. Then you're cooked. They go by a different first name and they've denounced their last name. Like you have no idea. Hey. It's so funny. It's so funny. Genital dog. Hey, you person. That's so funny. Point that down really aggressively. See, yeah, you could. And this is also a good moment. You could have like and make jokes like around like the trans identity and experiences with trans people without being transphobic, without making them like and otherizing them. You know, because they're people. You know, they're people and they experience the world like we experience the world, and you can talk about how we all experience the world in a way that's not disrespectful. Hit him with the gangy, true. Punch up with humor, no punching down. Or punch across. Hit him with a jab. Pow, pow. Pow, pow. But don't punch people. Violence is bad. Anyway, let's get back to Hutch, I guess.
Transcript. And you somehow you contorted yourself into pretzels. Figuring out a way to like make that okay. You lied about what Biden said in a speech that he was giving. You made it seem as though Biden, when he was acting on behalf of the fucking Obama administration, pressuring Ukraine to fire a corrupt prosecutor, you saw that footage and you uncritically just decided, oh, it's the same thing that Trump did, when it was nothing alike. It was nothing alike. Otherwise, the IMF, the EU, and Republicans in Congress must have been in on this fucking conspiracy to protect Hunter Biden against the prosecutor in Ukraine. You believe in the stupidest things. The stupidest things. They're so stupid. You saw what he did on January 6th. You saw it with your own eyes. You saw what he did. And more importantly, you saw what he didn't do. You saw that he didn't do anything for 3 hours. For 3 hours, he watched it. He watched it for 3 hours and didn't do anything. While you pretend to care about cops. You pretend to care like you're the only
this conversation
people in the country
is
that
whether or not Joe Biden should drop out. That's what this conversation is about. And he's like, but don't you know how bad Trump is? He won't even entertain the idea of Joe Biden dropping out so a better candidate can run. This is why it's literally titled "Why I'm Still Biden."
The fuck about cops when you're perfectly okay with him watching cops get the shit kicked out of him by his moronic, indoctrinated, hysterical followers. You heard about Kevin McCarthy calling Trump furious.
Of course, if you're in a community that doesn't treat trans people correctly, we fight them.
Demanding that he do something about what was happening.
On his website, Jesus Christ, why can't any of you people be normal? Why is it like this? All the time here on Twitch.
You heard about McCarthy calling him and demanding him to take action.
Your name is always modded in your own chat. I think. You are like a forever mod. Oh, you mean like here? Oh, yeah, you get mentioned if you get mentioned whenever your Twitch name is put on chat arena. Right? His name is Hutch, so anytime anybody says Hutch, he gets mentioned. Like if you say Sean the Black, it will show up as highlighted for me, like this. Right? That's just a normal feature for mentions. I also had it set to if you said Sean in Hassan's chat, but I kept getting pinged whenever it was whenever people talked about Sean Hannity, and I was just like, ugh. So I had to take that out.
And what did he tell McCarthy? He said, at least these people care about voter fraud. He said that shit.
What does this have to do with Joe Biden dropping out or not? Is it just a whole, like, this is why Trump is bad? And not like, should Joe Biden be the nominee? Every time Brett Cooper's on the screen.
He said that shit while Congress was literally under siege. You heard about his own daughter begging him to do something.
Okay, please,
you heard about his own...
He's going to talk about... He's going to plead... Is this all going to be just like, this is why Trump is bad and not, hey, Biden can win this election for these reasons? Hold on.
This is just, it's somehow the FBI's fault or Nancy Pelosi's fault or Antifa's fault. You say the most insane things, like the people that found their way into the Capitol building that day. Oh, they were just taking a tour. When you saw the violence, you saw the fake gallows.
Get a ping with Sean Hannity
erected for Mike Pence. You heard him chanting.
Literally, I keep getting pinged with Sean Hannity doesn't represent my microphone all the time.
Mike Pence. You've seen close to 4 dozen of his former cabinet officials go on record and say, Trump? I cannot support the president of a country that is deeply invested in the downfall of America, an adversarial nation. Defying it. You understand how nuts that is? How fucking crazy that is? Do you understand security task force with...
Okay, so Trump.
Do you get that? Do you get it? Do you understand how nuts that is? We are talking about a man who behind closed doors proposed nuking a hurricane and proposed building a moat all along our southern border.
Still about Trump.
By somebody who was writing a book about his presidency early on in the COVID pandemic, privately told this author this is about
Trump
and how that would affect his 2020 chances, then responsibly dealing with a pandemic that ultimately killed over... It was basketball. We're talking about a man who, after a horrific school shooting, I don't even remember what school shooting, something patently absurd, insane. And so what did he do? He flattered him a little bit, and then Trump gave him his fucking photo op. And what did the United States get for it? Nothing. General Mattis, General Milley.
This is just a list of just Trump bad. And these Biden policies are really going to get me to vote for him now? Yeah, like, again, keep in mind, the original question here is, the conversation is about Joe Biden dropping out of the election. And he's like, but don't you want a list of why Trump is bad? This is 40 minutes of him going through just, this is why Trump is bad. And not even engaging with, like, I don't know, maybe somebody would be a better candidate to deal with this Trump problem that we all have. And he was proven wrong a month later when Joe Biden dropped out.
I mean, it was here's a picture from Obama's inauguration. Here's a picture from Trump's. And that was the first thing his press secretary got up there. His number one priority when he was inaugurated was, no, you need to tell the press that I had a bigger crowd size than Obama. This small man, this tiny man, who cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and his second wife with his third wife, and cheated on his third wife when she was pregnant with a porn star, and then lied about it. Still lies about it. Who just purely on a petty level says that he has a penis that resembles Toad from Mario Brothers. That's what she said. A man who, according to a producer,
hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to find what Hutch was saying. When Joe Biden dropped out. Dang, his views are bad. Oh, he has no videos. He has no content from before Joe Biden dropped out. So before Kamala Harris gets the nominee on his YouTube. I guess we'll never know. Convenient. It just says the end of an era. This is his first video from September 8th, 2024. So we have no idea what he was saying. Yeah, I don't know. Has it all the video collabs with D? Maybe. No more quick scoping? Guess not. If I ratioed him over the core stuff 3 times in a row and he stopped responding, I assume that he's on the side of the course creators. Is he paid by course? If he's not, it's actually pretty sad. Anyway, I've covered the HUTCH stuff enough. This one's still crazy to me. I'm keeping this one open for the lulz. Covered this, 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 covered this. Open this one back up. Actually, I'm gonna save this one. Oops, wrong button. This one. Bow. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. Covered this. I want to say this one too. He was not paid by chorus. That's rough. Here, we'll look at this Elon Klein post real quick. Somebody sent me.
But this is what I don't get.
Like, what?
God. Like, so far you haven't killed criminals or predators,
no,
right? You just killed a mom,
law-abiding,
and you
nice.
killed a nurse.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude,
what are we
wait,
doing?
You can't, as the state, you also can't kill criminals either. You know? You're not allowed to do that.
Doing?
You need to actually look it up and click on the link. Wait, I'll just send it to you.
If they were actually going after criminals and predators, I mean, I'd be watching that shit. I watch Vitaly, right? Like, let's go,
Well,
ICE.
the problem
Let's do
is
it.
Are we surprised that Elon Klein is pro a illegitimate occupying force breaking into people's houses and taking them away without any due process? Does that surprise anybody? Why would she be for that? Why would what experience does she have in her past that maybe leads her to empathize and side with ICE agents when they're doing their literal crimes, right? And terroristic actions to people that they deem as criminal? Maybe this explains it. I mean, maybe. It's actually, kind of interesting because literally, like, ICE gets trained by the IDF, as does American police too. So, who has a link of Ela Klein talking about her nighttime raid that she did for fun? Somebody has it. I know somebody has it. Y'all have it on deck. Or did I curb all of the snarkers from the community by not talking about Ethan Klein for like a year? The fun way she got to join because the commander thought she was cute. Yeah, that one. Finally, freedom. Listen, I too wish that it was as simple as just talking about Ethan Klein all day. But there are other things. We got to talk about HUTCH all day now. H3 Reddit got very mad at their artwork and got mad at Hassan for posting it. And maybe the IDF should be less like ICE. You know what? I'll find it. Don't worry. Ela Klein. Oh, excuse me. Raid of Amala. That video is private, so I can't see that. Oh, oh, that's nice. They posted it on the H3 Productions Reddit for me. Load. I'm also banned for the Reddit, so I can't thank them because they banned me.
You served in the military. And your whole family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
So Lincoln, thank you for the 14 months.
Because
Oh, this was 7 years ago. This was in 2018. I saw this pop up and I was like, oh, they did one 2 years ago too. But this is Israel versus Palestine. It's a little different than can Israelis and Palestinians see eye to eye? I thought this was posted recently. I would say that's crazy.
It was okay. I didn't do anything I wasn't a combative role.
Yeah, you weren't a fighter.
I wasn't a fighter, so I didn't have anything crazy to tell. But I don't know. It's kind of like a mandatory job that you have to go to.
And you don't get paid for.
Yeah.
Someone said, is it like a forced vacation?
No.
No.
It's more like a forced job.
Forced job. Because what did you do? What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like going to a day job in an office. It happened right after there was some kind of a second war in, where was it, in Gaza?
I remember that, yeah.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and so my job was to when they send officers or people to go.
I'm sorry, this is not the point. What did she say?
My job was to like war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and so my job was to like when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with like their hotel or a room, things like that. But it was all on the computer. It just felt like some computer thing.
Right. Okay. So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring, and I really hated it because it was just like I had to take a bus super early, go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my role. And it was something like you can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out, and then they're going to give you something else completely random.
Different
you have no
position,
idea.
different post,
Yeah.
different location.
So I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I just didn't, I hated everything about it, didn't want to do it. You just, because if you're doing something that it felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life.
Yeah.
It could get really frustrating, I don't know.
Right.
And you got to do it for 2 years.
Right.
So I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more. Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week, and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience.
It was an adventure.
That I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer, and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
Were you doing secretary work there?
So yeah, I was the secretary of the head of the. There's like a, I don't know the terms in English from the army.
Right.
It's
He was
hard
an
to translate.
officer.
So there was I was in HUTCH, which is like a brigade, I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah, and that brigade has like a main officer. So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy. Cool.
So it was nice. It was interesting. It was more demanding in a way, but also kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation where you're like you're away from your house. You have this new group of people that you have to get along with, and it's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah. My officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Armada to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see.
Man, I really wonder why she identifies with ICE, and she would be totally fine with ICE if they just called the people that they were arresting terrorists, right? Or I'm sorry, I mean criminals, and broke into their house to arrest them and take them away from their families. Why would she ever be like that? You know, I had no idea why she would be okay with that.
Yes.
Okay.
So they took me with them one night even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep.
By the way, this is no different than like Asmongold being like, I want to do a ride along with Tom Homan, dressed as Ash Ketchum, right? No different. Just sadistic, using the lives of people that you are essentially occupying as entertainment for you, and joining them because you're bored. Yeah. The difference is she actually did it. That is the difference. The difference is that she actually did it. She actually did. It was like, please take me on your ride along to kidnap those terrorists, right, and tear these families apart. I want to see that really bad.
Bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
No, you just hear it?
It's a gnarly armored Jeep. Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh.
There's a few.
Did they bring it?
That's crazy.
He said. Did they bring it in the same car as you? They said.
That night?
They did. I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Yeah. Very, very clear overlaps between what ICE is doing and what they were doing there. Right? Which is, you know, makes a lot of sense when you realize that that's what we're supporting. So it's not surprising when she was just like, yeah, if ICE just called them criminals, I'd be totally for it. If they were actually just doing this to terrorists, it would be the same thing that I was doing back in the day.
Watching that shit, I watch. If they were actually going after criminals and predators, I mean, I'd be watching that shit. I watch Vitaly, right? Like, let's go,
Well,
ICE.
the problem
let's do
is,
it. But you're not going after criminals. That's what I don't understand.
well, the problem is immigrants on whole are some of the most one of the most law-abiding demographics.
Hardworking.
They're not actually criminals or predators. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of them, so some of them are.
Well, let's go after those.
Yeah, but the problem is
my
that's only
goodness,
like
bro.
probably a few hundred people.
These are our liberals, by the way. These are our liberals. Ethan's trying to control it. Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time where like his wife says some insane, heinous shit, and he has to try to like walk it back a little bit because he's positioning himself as a liberal. See this? Okay, hold on, Sarah. We're in the middle of something. We'll get to it afterwards. I promise.
Good.
And it's
so the problem is not as bad as we think.
Well, that's the problem for them because they need to do this whole fucking cowboy enforcement song and dance to make people feel like they're.
But if they actually, it's just so weird to me. If they actually focused on getting the bad people, the actual bad people, wouldn't everybody be behind that, like on both sides?
Well, so I'm telling you that.
She's like, why are they not just getting the bad people, right? Just call them terrorists and get the bad people, right? She's a stone's throw away. She's literally a stone's throw away from being like, yeah, just do what we did. The IDF did it very, very well, right? I should know. I was a part of an occupying army, and we only got the bad people. Trust and believe me.
The conservatives who support this, and it seems like there's less and less, fortunately, but there's still a lot, including the administration.
But your wife supports it. She said she supports it. She said, just go after the bad people. He was surprised at how many people have said something like this to me at a protest in Minneapolis. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised at all by that, right? But like they're doing it like you're on like camera trying to position yourself as like being like anti-ICE, right? You're misunderstanding her. Yeah, I must be misunderstanding her.
Their thing is like, no, they're all criminals, and they're criminals and predators everywhere. So it's a scare tactic, right?
And Ethan's tried to explain to his wife, it's like, yeah, no, they're just calling them criminals and terrorists so they can keep arresting people. They're not actually criminals and terrorists. But she's like, yeah, but just arrest the criminals and terrorists. That's what we do. Just arrest the bad people and it'll be easy, right? It doesn't even compute in her mind that like ICE is doing the same thing that they were doing, right? The IOF were calling people criminals and terrorists when they were pulling them out of their houses and be like, you're a terrorist, I'm going to arrest you, right? Were they actually terrorists? You know, maybe sometimes, probably not, but like, you know, but most of the time, probably not, just normal people. Also, you know, terrorist is a political designation, yada, 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 you know the drill, right? But like, the IDF did the same thing that ICE is doing under the pretense of people being the bad people and the enemy and the terrorists. They broke into people's houses and stole them away from their families. That's what ICE is doing. They're calling people terrorists and calling people criminals and calling people predators so that they can use that pretense to break into their house and take them. You think it somehow understand immigrants aren't all criminals, but still randomly cause still call the random Yemeni terrorists? Yeah, but that's like legitimately. That's predominantly because Hassan had him on stream. That's it.
But if they actually, it's just so weird to me. If they actually focused on getting the bad people, the actual bad people, wouldn't everybody be behind that, like on both sides?
Well, so they.
Yeah, so we already saw that. But that's Eli Klein. You know, is it a surprise? Not particularly. Not particularly. What was Sarah's link? I did promise that I'd look at it. Palantir works. Palantir defends work with ICE to staff. Oh, the Palantir employees are like, okay, maybe we shouldn't work with ICE. And they're like, no, you don't understand. They're good. They're good. Please understand this. You read your last free article. Palantir defends work with ICE to staff following killing of Alex Preddy. In my opinion, ICE are the bad guys. I'm not proud of the company I enjoy so much working for. I enjoy so much working for is a part of this. One worker wrote on Slack, "Oh, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. Thanks." He's like, guys, I love killing brown people overseas, but like, I hate that my killing brown people overseas company is killing brown people here. I love this company so much when it's killing brown people overseas, but I really just can't. No, I don't know if I can stomach it when it's killing brown people here. And now white people here too. That's too far. I didn't sign up for this. Ooh, freaking eyes. After federal agents shot and killed Minneapolis nurse Alex Preddy on Saturday, Palantir workers pressed for answers from leadership on the company's work with immigration and customs enforcement. And many questioned whether Palantir should be involved with the agency at all. Leadership defended its work as in part improving ICE's operation effectiveness. Internal site messages reviewed by Wired reveal growing frustrations within Palantir over its relationship with the Department of Homeland Security's DHS's, and in particular, ICE's enforcement and investigation teams. In response, Palantir's Privacy and Civil Liberties team published an update to the company's internal wiki detailing its work on federal immigration enforcement, arguing that the technology is making a difference in mitigating risks while enabling targeted outcomes. In a Saturday thread on Slack discussing Preddy's killing, Palantir workers questioned both the ethics and the business logic of continuing the company's work with ICE. Featured video. I can't see the video. Gosh freaking darn it. Hold on. Found it. Gosh darn it. I almost had it. It was possible. Whatever. I shared a story on other chats before. My friend dated a guy in college working for Palantir. The guy always gave me weird vibes because he gave a TEDx talk at my university about no fap. That's so funny. That is hilarious. Disclaimer for breaking the silence, where former IOS describes a typical night raid patrol in Hebron is a wild contrast to Yale's description. Yeah, I mean, you get to it a little bit later. You know what? I will look at it actually. I think somebody sent a link of that side by side. And I lost it. Hold on. This I saw somebody sent it. I don't remember. I mean, we can look at it from here.
So what do? You make your presence felt. How does it look like? You have 2 military patrols. One is in charge of the old city of Hebron. The other one is in charge of Palestinian neighborhoods around the old city. And that's their job, to make their presence felt. You start your night shift patrol 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning, 8-hour shift. Walk in the streets of the old city. Break into a house. It's not a house we have intelligence about. A random house. I'm the sergeant, I lead the patrol. Choose a random house, break into the house, wake up the family. Men one side, women the other side. Search the place. You can yourself imagine the dynamics. What happens when you break into a family, 2 o'clock at night, wake everyone up. Search the place, finish, go out to the street, knock on some doors, make some noise, run to the other corner of the street, invade another house, wake up the family, search, go out, run to the other corner of the old city, another random house. And that's basically how you pass your 8-hour shift. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From September 2000, when the second Intifada started, till today, it didn't stop for 1 second. Yeah, the idea is very simple. Every Palestinian needs to feel the military is right here. Yeah, you never know when we're going to show up, when we're going to start, when we're going to end, how many we're going to be, what we're going to do. It's to do what we call in the military, ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being chased.
Very similar to ICE, right? So it's not a surprise when you see Eli Klein defending ICE and defending the fact that she went on this raid. He's so proud. No, he's not proud, Chad. He's explaining, right? He's breaking the silence. He's explaining what they're doing. It's not like a point of pride for this person, right? He's explaining how this is working and why it's bad. He's not like flexing. You know? No, you're good. I do understand your how frustrating it is just to see people openly talk about it. Right? I understand where you're coming from, right? But I just want you to know that like he's against it. Right? This is what Eli Klein should be doing. If she was you know, like a committed anti-Zionist who actually stood for something. Instead of Eli Klein was flexing. Right? She was flexing when she was talking about it. But this isn't this isn't flexing. I don't know what this video is. It is kind of a long article. The sneeze too. Oh God. What dust does. Thank you. So guess what I'm making for lunch? I forgot to take my chicken out the freaking freezer. Gosh darn it. Guess what I'm eating for. All right. Guess what I'm making for dinner. I guess. Chicken. How'd you know? How did you know? Honey, did you just have that written up? Oh, that was for when I asked the question the first time. That is racist. Hot honey, Henny glaze, Dubai chocolate, Labubu, Philadelphia, Biscoff cheesecake. You're going to hell. Did you get salt? I always have salt. Our continuing this article, it says our involvement with ICE has been internally swept under the rug for Trump to too much. We need an understanding of our involvement here. Can Palliser put any pressure on ICE at all? Wrote another. I've heard not according to Hutch. You can't exercise political pressure. If you do, you're complicit for deaths. But to be fair, these people are complicit for the deaths. But that's like besides the point. I read stories of folks rounded up who were seeking asylum with no order to leave the country, no criminal record, and constant checking with authorities. Literally no reason to be rounded up. Surely we aren't helping to do that. Oh, my sweet summer child. He went out the majority report the other day. Why? Don't lie about Chuck Schumer. What? He's a Chuck Schumer defender? Chuck Schumer is insanely unpopular. So is Biden, so is Chorus, you're right. He got mad at Sam Cedar for attacking Chucky. Chuck is almost as unpopular as Mitch Peake was. Yeah, like insanely unpopular. Honestly, they kind of look the same too. But maybe it's because I'm an anti-white racist a little bit. And I have face blindness. Obviously a joke. The discussion was held in a company-wide Slack channel dedicated to general world news coverage. I love the Palantir has a Slack channel for general world news coverage. Guys, this is where you can talk about how we freaking impact the lives of a billion people around the world. And just flex about it. They see destabilization happening in Venezuela. Like, guys, did we do that? Was that us? Good job, team. High five. High five. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically what it feels like a little bit. But now they're like, ooh, is that us? Did we get that white guy killed? Did we kill the white woman? Ooh, that's bad. That's bad. That's not good. Like, hey, I thought this was gonna be a positive mass surveillance operation. Yeah. I thought we only killed the bad people. Here you can see real time the region's entire water table being drained. Oopsie poopsie. The messages viewed by Wired received dozens of +1 emojis, responses from other workers seemingly backing the request for more information about Palantir's relationship with ICE. Palantir did not respond to requests for comment from Wired. On Sunday, Courtney Bowen, Palantir's global director for privacy and civil liberties engineering, responded to an avalanche of employee questions by linking out to the company's internal wiki describing its DHS and immigration enforcement contracts. The post, last updated at the time of when I reviewed it on January 24th by Akash Jain, whose LinkedIn lists him as a chief technology officer and president of Palantir's USG, which works with U.S. Government agencies, says that in April 2025, Palantir began a 6-month pilot supporting ICE in 3 major areas: enforcement, operation prioritization, and targeting, self-deportation tracking, and immigration lifestyle operations focused on logistics, planning, and execution. So yeah, y'all did that. It sounds to me like y'all did do that. Indeed, indubitably. Palantir has also started a new pilot with U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, to assist officials in identifying fraudulent benefit submissions, the wiki says. The Trump administration has used alleged fraud to justify increases in ICE presence in cities like Minneapolis. True. Yeah, that was all you, bro. Y'all are 100% complicit in this. But not as complicit as I am, apparently, according to HUTCH. There have been increasing and increasingly visible field operations focused on interior immigration enforcement that continue to attract attention to Palantir's involvement with ICE, the wiki says. We believe that our work could have a real and positive impact on ICE's enforcement operations by providing officers and agents with data to make more precise and informed decisions. We are committed to giving our partners the best software for the job, while acknowledging the reputational risk we face when supporting immigration enforcement operations. The wiki acknowledges increasing reporting around U.S. citizens being swept up in enforcement actions and held, as well as reports of racial profiling allegedly applied as a pretense for the detention of some U.S. citizens, but argues that Palantir's customers at ICE remain committed to avoiding the unlawful/unnecessary targeting, apprehension, and detention of U.S. citizens whenever possible and however possible. Sure. Thanks, bro. ICE told us that they did it by accident. Oopsie poopsie. Plant-based ham, thank you for the 5 months. After Bowman linked out to the updated wiki on Slack on Sunday, some workers asked additional questions about the capabilities of Palantir's products and services and whether ICE could use them beyond the scope of the company's contracts. When one worker asked whether ICE could build its own workflows outside of the company's contract, like pulling data from outside sources, the response was bluntly, yes, we don't take the position of policing how the use of our platform for every workflow, Jane said. He acknowledged that Palantir builds in strong controls, but it doesn't mean that there won't be bad apples, mistakes, and other issues that can lead to adverse outcomes. Those have to be governed by law and oversight mechanism within the system, just like commercial consumers. Oh, thanks, bro. So they were like, yeah, ICE could be using our stuff to target U.S. citizens, but it's not our fault. So good luck. Sucks to suck. You know, chat, I'm starting to think that this Palantir company, it's not good. It's no bueno. I don't know. Do y'all, one's in the chat if you agree. Berg, thank you for the 11 months. Ugh. Dang. People agree that ICE is no bueno. Ghost, thank you for the 16 months. Where's that? Oh, pulling data from outside sources, whether that's from other agencies or commercially available third-party data, would expand DHS's ability to surveil migrants and citizens alike. Exactly. Palantir has been largely tight-lipped about its work with ICE over the last year, resulting in workers relying on news reports and information about what services the company is actually providing. That tension escalated over the weekend after Pretty's killing, with at least a dozen workers demanding more clarification. On Friday, independent journalist Ken Klippenstein, you get the clip in here too apparently, shared a video of what appears to be an ICE agent scanning a legal observer's car. When the observer asks why the agent is documenting the vehicle, the agent responds, "We have a nice little database, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist, so have fun with that." This does not appear to be an isolated incident. According to a declaration filed last week in support of Minnesota's lawsuit versus Kristi Noem, an ICE agent shattered a car window before detaining two people inside, telling them their actions, honking the car horn, alerted nearby bystanders to ICE's presence, amounting to domestic terrorism. That's so great, bro. That's so great. Did y'all see this video from Clint Klippenstein?
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy? It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At the very least,
Yeah,
any
why-
Democrat that does not support a mask ban for ICE is insane. Like, you can pass a mask ban for the normal citizenry in predominantly black communities, but you can't pass a ban against ICE and law enforcement wearing masks to hide their identities. Crazy. They enacted a beard ban in the military. They can't remove that. That's true. They enacted a beard ban in the military too. To uphold the standards of professionalism, said the drunk guy. What's his name? Freaking Alcoholics Anonymous. What is his freaking name? Pete Hegseth. That's what his name is. Sneaky Pete. Yeah. You can understand somebody might say keg's breath. Mean to them if they mean to them that they don't have any mask. Yeah, they might get a fraction of what they dish out. Let me see. Oh, one Palantir worker posted the video into the company's Slack on Sunday, asking leadership whether it was providing such a database to ICE. I'm not tracking any database, just like this and. I'm not tracking any database like this that were involved with /exists. The wiki says Palantir does not in any way enable ICE personnel to have direct or unfettered access to third-party agency databases or data sets outside of those shared for specific operational purposes within the bounds of established data sharing agreements. Over the last year, ICE has expanded its data sharing with outside agencies, including Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. Last April, Wired reported that Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency was building a massive database at the DHS to track and surveil migrants, using data from agencies included at the Social Security Administration and IRS. Palantir did not respond to requests for comment on whether its software powers the database referenced in the video. It very well could. Palantir's work with the federal government has grown significantly throughout President Donald Trump's first year in office and has secured more than $900 million in federal contracts, according to The Hill. Beyond the company's work on immigration enforcement in the U.S. military, Palantir has also worked with the Internal Revenue Service to build a mega API for accessing internal agency records. Still, some workers are still critical of the work. In my opinion, ICE are the bad guys. I am not proud of this company that I enjoy working for is a part of this. A worker says in a thread discussing Paredes' killing, thinking pragmatically, is the reputational damage we're going to take being associated with them worth it? What if the next administration will be Democratic and they cut all contracts with us? Come on, bro. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. It's amazing how it seems that we are, because the drunk could also refer to Tom Homan or the judge lady. Judge Janine? Richie Torres wants QR codes on ICE agents. Yeah. Scan this to find out what your rights are when we violate them. It is funny to be a Palantir employee and being like, I love this company. This is too far. ICE is the bad guys, and you know, I don't know if I can support us if we're funding ICE killing white people. Brown people, totally fine. Totally fine. But yeah, that's this. We covered this. Covered this. We covered this. Covered this. Covered this. I'm keeping this one up because I think it's funny. And then there was this as well. But before that, What am I looking for? Bookmarks. Cover this, cover this. Cover this, cover this, cover this, cover this, cover. Think cover this, but I don't care about this. Oh, okay. This is funny. So I'm saying data brokers are definitely an issue giving info to everyone. Yeah. TikTok. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. The TikTok video will be coming out later today. And oh, speaking of which, I can post the video now. I need to upload my thumbnail though. Thumby Democrats. Post. An article from King of Silent quotes from ICE agents are also fed up with the admin, and some are even afraid. I'd love to hear your comments on it. It's called ICE Unloads. Let's take a look at it. Why would you do this for again? It's going to be forgotten in a month. Because Dr. Disrespect is a loser. But I think if an ICE agent is fed up and afraid, they should quit. At the very least. There's other things that they should do, but I can't say that on stream. They should quit. I agree with the unfucking comment, brother. Yeah, but this also happened, which I thought was fun. This is gonna be a quit section. Dr. Disrespect created a fake high guard badge and lied about being invited to the preview. This is just such a loser thing to do. I think it's so funny. Once ubiquitous online streamer Herschel Dr. Disrespect Beam, who was banned from Twitch for sending inappropriate messages to a minor in 2017. This is how you should start everything talking about Dr. Disrespect. Good job, Kotaku. This is how you should start everything talking about Dr. Disrespect or any pedophile. Lakari should not be spoken about at all, but if you do, you should say Lakari, streamer who was caught looking at potential CSAM on his computer. Right? You should say Destiny, sex pest, and pedophile who routinely defends sex crimes against kids. You know what I mean? Hutch, bald. Yeah, you should always lead with that thing. Posted a photo of a media badge in January 26th and said that he's been invited to a pre-release hands-on event for the newly released free-to-play raid shooter High Guard, which I heard sucks. I heard this game is bad. However, most people who attended the event have even denied seeing him there, and some Reddit users believe the photo was faked using Gen AI or Photoshop. And High Guard creator manager says he wasn't invited and didn't attend. On Monday, ahead of the launch of High Guard, Dr. Kidinspect posted an image of a keyboard, an energy drink, a personalized controller, and a High Guard media badge with his name on it to his X account. He claimed to have played High Guard at a recent media event in Los Angeles. Last week, we drove the Lambo to LA to check out #High Guard, he wrote. Monday, January 26th at 10 a.m. PST, we entered another dimension. This is the picture. It's very mid. The hate for it is insanely overblown. It's more Apex for Apex fans. I don't like Apex. The timing is just not good right now with arc raiders on top. There's no space for something like this. I didn't like arc raiders either. But also, arc raiders costed freaking money. This is free. Because you got league aim? No, it's not because I have league aim. I have good aim. Before they asked me trying to play Deadlock. I didn't like Deadlock either, if I'm being entirely real. I don't know why. Flame him? I'll boot up right now. I'll boot up Valorant right now and get 50 kills. Me and Connor's parents are gonna play Deadlock without you. You're not playing with Connor. I don't believe it. And if you are, then I'll play, maybe. Give me on Deadlock Thursdays. That whatever. What's your rank in Valo? You know, we peaked gold 2. What? Anyway, immediately people online began sharing the post and claiming that the PR team behind Hardguard had made a huge mistake inviting someone like Dr. Kid Inspect to the event. The streamer was suddenly banned on Twitch in January 2020 and has later lost sponsorship and other business deals after confirming he once sent messages that were inappropriate but not illegal to somebody on the platform who was under the age of 18. He now streams exclusively on Rumble and YouTube and allows his channel to be which allowed his channel to be monetized again after a multi-month review of his allegations. Stop. They re-monetized him? Which I was hard as soon as Deadlock dropped. Did you call off what happened there? What do you mean? I'm above average at the games that I play. Except League. I'm Iron 4 in League because I don't play Ranked. Because Ranked scares me. I just boot up and play ARAM. That's it. We all are, bud? No, not everybody can be above average. Some people have to be below average, and it's not me. I'm above average. In a math game, we ain't gonna see it. Wait, that's crazy. You are gonna see me in these games. Just play League with chat off, and it's easy. Then the pings, bro. If I get spam pinged because my team dies. Also, I don't know how to turn the chat off. Okay, I don't know how to turn it off. I know how to mute chat once it's already on, and having to type /mute all beep beep boop 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 boop, right, is so it's so rough. It's just in the settings. I looked, I couldn't find it. Did I have a silence all command? You can type it in, but you have to type it in every game. I mean, jungle, I don't give one of the pings. I'm the glue that keeps us together. I play a good support. My support is mean. Put me on Lux or Brand and I'm popping off. But I hate playing support because nobody else knows how to play. But I main top. Put me on top. Bard ADC here. Ugh, y'all elite players. I main ARAM, put me in lane. True. I do also main ARAM. Last time Sean played League, someone asked him if he's an Arcane fan. I liked Arcane though. Anyway, these are some of the badges. Creator name, creator tag. Creator name, creator tag. Ignore this. Creator name, creator tag. Creator name, creator tag. Press badges. Name, company name, company name, company name. Docs bag. Creator name, his slogan. Yeah, that badge is fake, bro. He made a fake badge? Because no shot would they give him his own unique personalized badge that's different than every other creator's. That's such a loser thing, bro. Doc's badge resembles a press badge just like him being a creator. under his name says it would say creator. That's so silly. What did Hutch do this time? Check the VOD. I covered it extensively. Oh, I didn't talk about Hood Genius yet. I covered it briefly a little bit yesterday. I just gave my little bit of my thoughts. But I don't really care about the rest of this. But like, yeah, it's very silly. So this is what I'll say about the Hood Genius thing, right? If you don't know, Hood Genius is a prominent NBA Twitter poster who started dipping into politics. It got revealed that he had a tweet that called being gay a mental illness in 2020, I think. And then he made like an apology for it yesterday, which is all like you know, he apologized for it. It's fine, whatever. I don't really have a take on that, right? I have a take on edgy teen shit. I don't think. I mean, I guess you can call it edgy teen shit. I just call it homophobia. Right, but like, I'm not a person to be like the apology at least there's gross. I think the apology was okay. It wasn't good. It was okay. You know what I mean? I've seen worse apologies. That's not my problem. That's not what I want to talk about, right? And if someone has a link to it, I'll look at it. Hold on. I can find it. Oh, the tweet's gone. I can't even find the tweet. But I did see like Dead Domain and Hassan talking about the tweet. It was this tweet. That was basically like screenshots are forever, showing the screenshot of what a genius said. Right? I didn't like that he said that he didn't mean any harm because of course you did. He acknowledged that and show your growth. I mean, yeah, but like he could just be saying stuff, you know. I think it's his apologies, whatever. I'm not here to litigate his apology. The part that I have an issue with is how quick people are to just be like, move on. I was 17 when I made this tweet at the time. I was 17 when I made the tweet at the time. Clearly, I don't have the same mindset I did 5 years ago. Love y'all, and if you were offended to what I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean no harm. Right? I don't know what's wrong with your Twitter. This is a different tweet than the apology itself. That's what the apology is, right? I think it's good. I think it's good that he's grown. I think it's good what he's tweeting now, right? Again, I don't want to look at the apology. My problem is specifically how quickly people are to just get mad at people who are still mad at him for it. It's not like he's actually faced any accountability for it, right? He just apologized. You know what I mean? Just now. It just came to light. He just apologized. And immediately, frame one, people were like, this is why the left eats itself. Right? You need to let people grow. Like, sure, but people are allowed to be like, man, this kind of sucks. Why did you say this? You know what I mean? Like, people are allowed to be upset. I didn't even see people get mad at him. One person got mad at him, essentially. And I saw 15 tweets be like, ugh, the left keeps eating itself. Why does it just keep happening? Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I just, like... That was sketchy. I just started spamming the keyboard, right? I just said we gotta let this kind of a woke hammering go. Let people grow, learn, and change. Nobody is the same as they were 5 years ago. I mean, I was pretty consistent. We can't act like a tweet is enough to say this person is still bad. We need to build coalitions. This is also not what the tweet said. The tweet didn't say this is still bad. The tweet said this is still forever, right? Or screenshots are forever. That's what it said. right? And yeah, is that a little cringe and silly? Yeah, it's a little cringe and silly. But this idea that like, the idea that it's like, oh, you know, you can't ever be mad at somebody's past. I think it's silly, right? If you brought up everyone gamers, language pre-woke, everyone would be canceled. That is not true. This idea that like everybody was a shitty person is wrong. Shitty people are just overrepresented online. The type of person who tries to strive for like content creator fame and fortune or whatever is, you know, very likely to be the same type of person who was shitty online in COD lobbies or whatever. Right? But at no point, right, when I was growing up playing games or whatever, was I going out of my way to actively harm marginalized people. At no point was that the case. I didn't say that. I mean, the language that was used in 2009 is not something anybody would say now. That's not what you said, but okay. But also, this isn't about like the language. He didn't say like, you know, a gamer word. He said being gay is a mental illness. You know what I mean? Like that's what he said. That was not a cool thing to say in 2020 when the tweet was made. Like again, he's allowed to grow and change and not believe that anymore. That was my argument. My point is your argument has no bearing in this conversation because you're defending something that nobody's arguing on the basis of. Like nobody's saying that language wasn't different, you know, in 2009. We're talking about 2020, and we're talking about what Hood Genius said. If it was said in 2003, it would be valid to say that we're talking about 2020. And I would still think it would be shitty as well. And people are still allowed to get mad at you for it. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are so quick to try to preempt accountability that they end up excusing shitty behavior. And that's my main problem. That's my main issue, right? You preempting accountability is an excuse for shitty behavior. Do you think the context of a bunch of basketball Twitter accounts trying to dismiss Hood Genius's eyes takes matters? No. No, I don't. Is it unacceptable that people are not required to forgive him, but it was cynical to attack him? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Right. This is the same thing people said about Hassan's like Hard Beat Black clip, right? Or about like a number of different people, right? About like the Mike clip, right? I don't care that it's necessarily being used cynically, because the behavior still exists and it did happen and it caused harm to people, right? You don't have to placate to or apologize to those people. You need to apologize to the people that you actually did harm, right? And those people can or can't forgive you. You know what I mean? It was 6 years ago. Holy, yeah, it was 6 years ago. I'm feeling freaking old. The issue is that as long as a person is the same overall political, they are right and shouldn't be reprimanded for horrible behavior, especially towards marginalized people. They are shown that even in today's society, marginalized people will be left behind in the movement. Yeah. Thing is, the people who brought it up, the tweet, are the same ones who still tweet homophobic tweets. They don't care about that, and still want a chance to dunk on someone, and that's fine. That's fair, but they're not a part of the movement. You know what I mean? They're not. They don't like. They're not here. We're not holding them accountable because they're not in the space. Right? Our job is to make sure that the space that we are a part of are safe for marginalized people. Right? I don't think it's wrong, right, for people to be like, hey, you said this tweet thing. That's not okay. Right? And for him to apologize for it. And then people can or can't take that apology. What was the tweet? I don't have the original. I'm still gonna find it. I'm trying to find the Hood Genius tweet. The screenshot. What's gained for not accepting an apology and or changing forever? I don't give a fuck what's gained. It's not my job to say who can accept what apology. I'm not going to tell marginalized queer people that they're like, that they are bad or not bad for accepting this apology. You can accept whatever fucking apology you want to, right? If somebody's out here just dropping the N-word, right, you don't have a fucking say whether or not I accept the apology or not. I could be like, fuck you, I don't accept your apology, and it's fuck you. You know what I mean? If you think that I should or need to, right? You're allowed to be hurt and harmed by this this behavior. Right? And if you genuinely apologize and you genuinely want to grow from this, it is your job to eat that. You have to accept people not being happy with you, right? You're going to have to accept people who don't forgive you. That is a core part of, accountability, right? And growth. It's very easy to be accountable if everybody's just like, oh, don't worry, you did nothing wrong and we accept you anyway. It's very hard to grow when people are actually trying, people don't forgive you. Right? This is like toxic people in relationships. Right? Who will coerce an apology out of you and then be like, okay, well, that will apologize and then use that and hold that over your head and be like, well, I apologize for it. So why are you still mad about this? Like, it can still affect how you view a relation, your relationship, and how you view a person. You're not entitled to people's forgiveness. Right? I'm trying to find the Hood Genius tweet. See. Hood Genius. Oh, here. This is what it was. He said, being gay ain't a preference, it's a disability. I think accountability is a must for sure, and forgiveness isn't guaranteed. But that's not what I'm saying. Change behavior shows growth. I don't see how holding a grudge is moving the needle in a positive direction. Then fuck you. I don't care. They don't have to explain people to you, right? A queer person doesn't need to explain to me about the positivity that is came and held for holding a grudge, right? Marginalized anger does not need to be justified to you. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It does not need to be justified to you. Marginalized people are allowed to be angry. I'm not asking for justification. Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. You're like, explain to me how it's positive for people to still be upset with him when I'm not upset with him. Please explain that now. How old was he? Doesn't matter. The point of what growth actually is understanding that people are still going to be mad at you despite your apology, right? And you keep it pushing regardless. That's it. I said it about iDubbbz too, right? When iDubbbz made his apology, I said, I think his apology is good, but people are still going to be mad at him. And he has to eat that, right? He has to accept that. He does. He still does, right? I think iDubbbz has done a very good job of changing and growing and demonstrating his growth. But there are people who still don't forgive him. I know people in my personal life who are still like, yeah, I see what iDubbbz is doing now, but I still don't like him. And he has to eat that. Right? He has to eat that. He does. I'm one of those people. Right? But all too often are we so quick to be like, to chastise marginalized people for their anger, their righteous anger, right? Their righteous indignation. Right? So I don't have any beef with like Hood Genius, right? After apologizing for making this tweet, right? But I'm also not going to chastise queer people who are like, yeah, buddy, I'm sorry. This is a no-go for me. Right? And it's your job as a leftist to understand that the people who feel that way don't have any power and to just leave them the fuck alone. You know? Again, I saw literally a single tweet. While I was scrolling to find this tweet, I saw one tweet, the same tweet, right? This tweet here that's deleted. That said, screenshots are forever with a link to this screenshot. But I saw dozens of tweets. Can I chastise straight to get mad on behalf of queer people though? I mean, I don't know how you would know who is queer and who's not online. Right? You can assume somebody is a straight person and you're chastising them, but you could also be chastising a queer person who's online who is actually mad and upset. You know what I mean? Like, people are allowed to be upset. People are allowed to be angry. Right? And it's Hood Genius's job to prove them wrong by seeing the people who are still angry and to keep it pushing regardless. That's it. That's it. It is his job to be like, people are still angry. People are still gonna be angry about this. And I need to be better regardless. Right? And to keep it pushing. Right? But I think people are so willing, even like leftists are so willing to chastise marginalized people, right? To be like, oh, see, this is where wokeness has gone too far. Gosh darn it, why don't y'all just leave Hood Genius alone? You woke scold wreckers, how dare you? Right? It was literally, this was like this came from a Twitter account that has 3,000 followers. Does it need to be 12 tweets being like, you fucking wrecker, you're the fucking problem with the left, for this person being like, hey, I don't really like this very much. Who is he even? Nobody! He's a literal nobody who just posted a picture of this screenshot that said screenshots are forever. Has he been homophobic since then? I don't know. I don't know Hood Genius' background. I have no clue. Right? And I personally don't care. What do you reckon if you don't like a random Twitter account? I don't know. No idea. I personally don't have any beef with Hood Genius. I think Hood Genius tweeting about ICE is fantastic. It's good. Right? I think it's positive. Right? And this is the first test to see if Hood Genius is really about it. You know? This is his first test. His first test to see if he's really about it. Or if it's just about like posting on Twitter. Does he stay the course when faced with pushback? Does he stay the course when there are annoying people online who are yelling at him? That's the question. Right? And if he does, then he's good in my book. Right? The other people won't be happy with him. And he has to keep it pushing regardless. but he made this guy post a screenshot. This person didn't post the screenshot out of nowhere. The screenshot was being refloated around by other members of basketball Twitter who were mad at HUTCH was getting political. But I don't think it matters. You know what I mean? I said the same thing about Anthony Fantano. With Anthony Fantano's shit was being brought up through and because of his beef with, like, I don't know, freaking Aiden Ross or something. I don't remember. Right? I said the same thing then. I said, because you have this in your past, it's something that you are going to have to address. It sucks and it's unfortunate, but you gotta address it. This is a consequence of it being the internet. Right? So whenever somebody brings up Anthony Fantano saying the N-word, his response is like, yeah, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have done it. Right? So he brings up IDub saying the N-word, his response is, yeah, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have done it. It was a bad decision. Right? That's what you have to hold as a person with this in your past. And you don't have to do like a crazy amount of like, you know, oh, I'm so sorry, black people, please forgive me, or anything like that. Same with Pokimane, like she always comes with sympathy for people who don't know. Yeah, like it goes for Pokimane too, 100%. It goes for everybody, you know. As we're related, there's an r/NBA poster that puts up clips fast as like in the minute after it happens in the game. Turns out they are IDF show. Oof. But I think people are so quick to, instead of thinking, to just dunk on random marginalized people who may be unproductive, right? Is it productive to yell at a genius? No, probably not. Right? But I think people are too ready to do it because they feel like a backswing of woke. You know what I mean? They're super accepting of Kyle Klinsky saying fucking slurs. You know, that's the dark woke king, Kyle Klinsky, right? A random fucking trans teenager online who was like, I don't forgive hood genius. That's the real problem with the left. How fucking dare you? You know what I mean? That's where my issue lies. That's what my problem is. Right? Where's this leading with grace and empathy for this person who's being like freaking drugged through the mud? Are they silly? Are they unproductive? Sure. Are they causing harm to marginalized people? No. You know who is? Fucking Kyle Klinsky. But he gets the infinite grace. Right? Because he's a poster online. You know? That's what my issue is. And that's what my problem is. That the charitability is never extended to the most marginalized people in society. It just never is. People are so quick to dunk on this random person. But when it comes to actually, again, holding Kyle Klinsky accountable for saying slurs, then it's like, oh, well, just he's the dark woke king. You leave him alone. And then we're surprised when an Ethan Klein happens. You know what I mean? And we're surprised when somebody who claims to be a leftist, like a Destiny, or like on the left, like Destiny, turns out to be a shitty person. I think dark woke has justified anger behind it that I feel woke skulls don't have. What the fuck do you mean? These are marginalized people. He, they, NBs. Black women. There's no justified anger behind why they're upset. Fucking, they're more justified than fucking Kyle Klinsky is being upset. Because they gotta eat the shit not even just from the Republicans, but also from the peers. From the people who are supposedly allies. There's 50 times more justified anger from these people to get mad at the hood geniuses and the Kyle Klinskys than Kyle Klinsky getting mad at Trump. That's it. I think people should have seen this tweet from this person being like, screenshots live forever, and scrolled. Genuinely. I think you should have looked at this account, seeing it has 3,000 followers, he, they, NB, and be like, okay, this person is just a little bit upset, you know. Scroll. Right? And if Hood Genius saw the tweet from this person and was just like, fuck the left, fuck this, I'm not a part of the left anymore, I'm gonna join the reactionary conservative movement and I'm gonna be pro-ICE now, then we would have known what he actually believed. But if a Hood Genius saw this person's tweet and was like, they're mad at me, they're upset, I get why they're upset, I understand why they're upset, I'm still, I am different now and I'm better, I will be a part of this movement, right? That's a point for Hood Genius. Hood Genius gets a point for me for doing that. He said it in his apology, right? He said, he said, I understand if you're mad at me. I get it. I get if you're mad at me, if you're upset with me. It's completely understandable. I'll have to find it. Hold on. Right? He says, I love y'all, and if you were offended to what I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean no harm. Right? This person was offended by what he said. And you're just like, freaking wokey, how dare you? I don't even know how it's funny. I'm playing this poorly, but yeah, screenshots are forever. It comes off as a lack of comprehension. Hood Genius clearly doesn't believe in any homophobic nonsense, so why posture make it seem like he does? Nobody's posturing to make it seem like he does, Chatter. You are allowed to be mad by people saying shit in the past. I'm sorry. If it comes out that a person said the N-word 5 years ago, I'm allowed to be mad at that. I don't give a fuck if they're the most hardened anti-black racist now. You apologize for that shit. You say, I'm sorry, shouldn't have said that. You know, my bad. And people are allowed to not forgive you. It's not a lack of comprehension. Like, queer people are allowed to be upset that this person is saying that being gay and a preference is a disability in 2021. You're allowed to be upset by that. And you're allowed to not accept his apology. This isn't crazy. Like, people understand that you can be upset at someone and move on at the same time, right? Emotions are not static. Yeah. You can be frustrated by that. You can be like, oh, I hate that he said this. I wanted to apologize. He should apologize for this. This is gross. Right? Because honestly, what has Hood Genius done to show that he's not homophobic? Genuinely. I think people are projecting that onto him because he's like anti-ICE. You know? Show me where he's been a started anti-homophobe, a started person for gay rights. You know what I mean? People are like, oh, because he's good on this area, he must not be homophobic. You know, he's proven he's not homophobic. Where? Even if he was, he should still apologize, right? But I think people are projecting because they see themselves in this. They know they got shit in their closets. They know they said shitty stuff in the past. Right? And so they're projecting onto him because they identify with Hood Genius here. They put themselves in the shoe, not of the marginalized person, but instead of the person doing the oppressing, the person doing the subjugation. That's it. So I find it's easier to apologize and question your actions first rather than argue and get defensive. Worst case scenario, if despite your genuine apology, someone still sits to get you for it, then you can just ignore them. Whereas if it's impossible to apologize and go off on someone if for something you said or did, yeah. Exactly. Right? And I think Hood Genius, yeah, I think his apology was shit. I don't think Hood Genius is like a homophobe, personally. Right? But I'm not going to sit there and tell queer people that they're wrong for being mad at this. You know? It's not crazy to want a movement for people who were not previously homophobic. Right? It's not crazy to want like the people who are the most prominent members of the movement now, which apparently Hood Genius is, right? To not be homophobic. And it's your job to just keep doing the work anyway. That's it. It's your job to see those people, understand you're doing what you were doing for those people, and to keep it pushing. I don't know why there's some idea on the left that like we're gonna try to stick it to the marginalized people. You know, we're gonna stick it to them. We're gonna show them what's good. Like why? What does that do for us? Genuinely. What does that do? You put your head down and you keep it pushing. I always saw the Hood Genius tweet. What does he know about gay people? That's it. That's what I saw that frustrated me about the Hood Genius tweet. I think people are just, I think, very committed to dunking on like the woke scolds. You know? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't even agree with what this poster was posting, right? I don't even agree with their post. I think their post was stupid. And I think it was unproductive. Right? But I'm not going to spend my precious time crying about how the woke scolds are ruining the left. Right? I'm going to keep it pushing and doing the work. And if Hood Genius is with us, he will also keep it pushing. And he will also start doing the work. And we will all do the work together. For kicks, I decided to do a from Hood Genius gay search, and it's inconclusive, I think. I don't know, man. So much discourse for a guy no one has ever heard of. I mean, people have heard of Hood Genius, right? I think what it is, I think primarily what it is that people see Hood Genius as a positive force for the left, and these people not, right? They would rather have somebody who has clout than have marginalized people. They put the clout above the marginalized people on the left. I think that's the important part. Right? If this person had clout, maybe it would be different. Right? If Hood Genius had 15 followers and this person had 30,000, you bet your bottom dollar it would be a different situation. Because they view Hood Genius as useful to the left and they don't want to lose him. Right? It's like your star player on your basketball team is like cursing out the water boy. And somebody stands up to him and be like, yo, this is not cool, man. And like you get to the locker room and all your other players just kind of gang up on you like, why'd you do that, bro? Bro, we need Chad for the big game. We need Chad for the big game, bro. Now you said this to him and he stormed off. What if he quits the team, bro? We need him. Right? So now you're getting hate for protecting the little guy from people who you would assume would be for the little guy. Right? But if you were the star player and you saw one of the worst players on the team bullying the water boy, you stepped in and you were like, please stop this. Leave him alone. They'd be like, man, wow, John is so cool. Look at how he stood up for the little guy, bro. He's so awesome. He's so good. You did great there, John. Because they want something from you. They can be useful to you. I don't think he's that useful. He posts funny tweets in a while. Just like a joke Twitter account. I mean, him beefing back and forth with the DHS isn't nothing. You know? It's not nothing. But again, if he's really about it, right? He'll stick to the left. I think it's genuinely like almost nothing. I mean, maybe. I think Hood Genius is like a good example of like what the normie position was. When Hood Genius turned, it showed that like, oh, people are turning holistically. But you know, he has big number, so also that's it. It's frustrating that being anti-racist is enough to propel white people into relevance. Like, oh, okay, thank you, recognize my humanity, big whoop. Yeah, I don't know. You know my thoughts on that. I've spoken about that. My take is just like, I think people are so quick to chastise and yell at marginalized people, and like marginalized people are not allowed to make mistakes. But lest you harm marginalized people, you're given infinite charitability. And it's a little bit frustrating. But Hood Genius is posting about ICE now, so that's objectively good. And I hope he doesn't actually think being gay is a mental illness anymore. But you know, I guess time will tell. I go on and on and on about how a group of his friends recently kicked me out of their Discord for raising concerns about things as a trans person. Kind of scares me that this new wave of woke is just about saying slurs, like you were talking about yesterday as well. Yeah, that's not even the part that scares me. What scares me is people defending that, but calling. If I say Kyle Klinsky is a racist, ableist person who likes to say slurs because he's allowed to do so, if he's dunking on MAGA, I'm called a wrecker to the left in a woke scold and positioned out of the movement. But Kyle Klinsky actually saying slurs and doing a racism, right, is seen as like dark woke and it's effective and it's really shutting down the right wingers or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not gonna stop though. By the way, I'm gonna be more woke. This is happening. Like I don't even think Hood Genius is homophobic for this tweet, but at this point, I want to take the position that he is just to be more woke. I'm going to be the woke scold. I'll take it. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna be scolding everybody. I will make white people uncomfortable. It was a homophobic tweet. He hates gay people. Okay, let me stop before it actually is clipped out and be like, see? I told you Sean admits he's a woke scold. Hassan should never have collaborated with him in the first place. I knew he'd turn on him eventually. I see it happening. I see it posted on r/Hassan Piker. The writing is on the wall. Can we have a woke scold party? Yes, but none of you will be invited because I'm scolding all of you too hard too. Gotcha, we got the clip. Anyway, that's it. That's my take. You think you are woke? Black people were born in the woke, molded by it. True. We made the woke. If I popped in Sunshine and said anything about Kyle, I would get at least a couple people getting mad at me. Yeah, because that's their woke king. Leave their woke king alone, chat. Leave their woke king alone. I will say, it is kind of funny watching Hassan talk about Grand Platter. It is kind of funny watching Hassan talk about Grand Platter. And just seeing how the chat just is divided. What is he saying? As Kenneth is saying, he gets very scared. He gets notified. He gets mortified. He tiptoes around the subject so much, just because of how aggressive the chat gets. Chat is divided. Chat is divided on Grand Platter. Like, he's divided. They're divided on Grand Platter. Why? Honestly, it's because he's one of the few politicians that have positioned themselves to be better than the Democrats. So again, it's like white man, low bar kind of thing. And on the other side of it, he freaking, was a guard at a CIA black site and worked at Blackwater and had a Nazi tattoo. And was anti-black and, that and all those things. So, I would say chat's divided on Grand Platter. Don't woes go Platter, Sean. How the chat gives him credit for making changes he hasn't proved yet. Yeah, it's the same thing. He's so sus. He's very suspicious. He's very suspicious. Extraordinarily suspicious. He says some of the right stuff. I am not somebody who's like, I'll never give credit to people I don't like. Like, you know what I mean? He says some of the correct stuff. Like he says, he positions himself as being anti-imperialist sometimes and against, foreign wars most of the time. And against Israel and stuff, but his background is so bad. His background is so bad. You know what I mean? It's so bad. It's so bad. He could say literally the perfect stuff forever, and it's like his background is just so bad. So even the people who like him don't want to ride for him because it's so bad. It's that bad. It's really bad. It really is embarrassing, yeah. Majority report kind of does, not gonna lie. I haven't seen what the majority report says. But I still probably think that they kind of tiptoe around it a little bit. And be like, guys, you don't understand, it's yeah, that stuff is bad, but please listen to me. Listen, please. Please just think about Janet Mills. I think they're all also embarrassed because they said they didn't recognize what the tattoo was. Yeah, I think that's a part of it for some people. As an American, what are you talking about? Sounds crazy. What do you mean this person described as left of the Democrats? Yeah, it's really bad here. This is probably one of the most prominent left or wing voices that we have. And honestly, here's my thoughts. I want him to win just so he can be disappointing. Because I know he's going to be. Right? People won't learn from it. But it's a win-win for me. If he wins, I'm going to be proven correct anyway. And I'm chilling. And Janet Mills will lose. So I don't have a horse in this race, really. He doesn't have my endorsement or anything. Jury report are more on Platinum. I think they're more anti-record and looking to get any win possible. Yeah, but I'm sorry, this is just not the way to do it, in my personal opinion. The report says you're sus if you know what a Totenkopf was. Okay, I don't agree with that. Anti-Greca, yeah. I don't know. It's just legitimately, it's really bad. Not even just optics wise, but it's a really bad candidate. I wish there was literally anybody else. Anybody else. just like anybody else. You got Mills. Stop it, please. You should relocate the Maine. The way the Platter was talking about black people, I think not. Do you think there's interest now in forming a third party? No, it's not gonna happen. Mostly because there is a third party, and they're not winning anything. A third party candidate, especially for the presidency or even for congressional seats, will not be viable for the next 5 to 10 years. It won't. You need to have an established force in local communities, right? The Green Party has 127 seats in the country in all levels of government. That's really bad. They need to get up to a few thousand. They need to show their presence in local governance, show people that a Green Party is a good alternative. And they need to get people running for city council, general assembly, state senate, the gubernatorial race, and then in Congress, and then maybe in 12 years, right? In 12 to 16 years, there'll be a Green Party president. I think it's ever happening for them. Well, that's what they need if they want to win. Again, 70% of elections in this country are uncontested. They need to be running. People for those seats. They do. Uncontested local races. Any third party worth its salt would be running people in uncontested local races. Get young, jaded people, get them running on the Green Party ticket for uncontested local races. What opinions on the uptick on racism against Rakai? I haven't necessarily seen an uptick of racism. Why do they do it now? What's stopping them? It's hard. So the main critique of PSL is that they're running a candidate for governor here in California and not in local races at all. It takes a lot of resources. It takes a lot of resources. It's not just that they're lazy and that it's hard. It takes a lot of resources to do that. And it takes long to get that infrastructure started. They get national attention when running for the presidency. They won't getting people on, school boards or city councils or getting people into comptroller seats. You know, they can fundraise off of the national attention of losing an election and for the presidency. It takes resources and time and effort to run people in local office. It's expensive, to be honest. It is expensive. It's expensive. It's hard to do. It's not easy, but it's necessary. Someone needs to do it. If you want to break the two-party duopoly, you need to win seats. Just win seats somewhere. You need to show people that it can be done. And 70% of elections in this country are uncontested. A third, like 90 million people, didn't vote in the last election at all. Right? Get bodies in spaces. Get people, butts in seats. Train them how to run. Give them a good policy. Run on populist policies. Right? Fixing the roads. Lowering healthcare costs. Childcare. Mostly infrastructure stuff. Adding roundabouts, stoplights, fixing roads, cleaning up sidewalks, beautification. Stuff that will help people's day-to-day lives. Get people on city council. Show that good things can happen. Right? And then take that case study to other states and do it there too. That's how you build power. Uncontested, put your name on the ballot and get a 50-50. Literally. You put your name on the ballot, right? People will vote for you because you're a new name at this point. Jeff Sparkle. I like the Sparkle part of your name. Circle. I don't know who you are or what your party is. Circle. right? In some of these districts, you only need 100 something votes to win, right? In some of these cities, you only need a few thousand votes to win, right? They never see a brown boy with a white man's name coming. Exactly. They're not doing that research. They should make it like Brazil, where they fine you for not voting when it's just $1, so you vote to avoid having going through all the trouble of paying $1. Huge big brain moves. Yeah. I love Jeff Sparkle. True that. Anyway, that's my take. Cover Dr. Disrespect stuff. I was gonna let this on screen. In conclusion. Hutch is stupid and dumb. And I am now a Hutch hater, and I will be every chance I get a chance to shitting on Hutch, because he deserves it. That is my take. And that's what I'm going to call it. Dorky One, thank you for the 30 months. Jeez Louise, it's crazy. Mash Ketchup, thank you for the tier 1. Argent Sickle, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. New video is up. Oh yeah, there is a new video up, by the way. I posted it. It's called It's showing me this 7-year-old Hassan video. Doing push-ups while my parents are fighting? That's sad, bro. That's sad.
Why? Why is it so difficult? Just because you don't like it. Well, I'm sure Frank and Casey and all the other guys had a reason or something to do you didn't like, do they? Or didn't they?
I don't let people screw with me when I'm driving, all right?
But you like people screwing with you because for whatever fucking reason, right? But your husband can't get a little action during the day, but you just sit here and act like...
This is so sad. The audio is for OG kid playing Minecraft while his parents are fighting. Oh man, this is a fake audio. I should have known. I should have known. Anyway. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. New video. The Democrats are not innocent from... Jeez Louise. 61 views in an hour is really bad for me. Hold on. That's really bad. All right, chat. Maybe it's because when I posted it. We're all here. Go watch the video. Or put it on in the background. Was it in chat? The Dems are silencing me. Let it run in the background. And in conclusion, Hutch is dumb. Fuck Hutch. He can suck my nuts. But yeah. Oh, there was this that I saw. Apparently there was, this is 6 months ago. Never mind. Whatever. Never mind. That was recent. But yeah. Any final thoughts? Oh, also bye YouTube chat. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, YouTube chat's gone. Or the Can Clip article. I'm not reading it right now. Remove. It's posting a YouTube link. It's a secret track ID that links everyone together. But it said share the video. It said, why would it do that for share the video? You were live on YouTube? I was. I didn't look at it at all though, so LOL. Anyway, there's a link to the video. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. And for the rest of y'all who are still here, y'all want to see me play League? League on the second channel. Hold on. Launch anyway. Run normally. Where's the ice game? Oh, Infamous. We'll play that another time. I want to play one game of League because you talked about it today. Profile. What? Oh, my profile's gone. Never mind. Not today. All right, chat. I'll see y'all later. Because my OBS is broken. I removed my other profile. So, lying. I might go live after I sign back in, but I won't raid into myself. How about that? So, follow Not the Black. Twitch.tv/Not the Black. Because if I do off, that's where I do off stream gaming. Also, because I don't want to drop my average viewership down, because then it impacts how much I get paid from sponsorships. So, yeah. That's it. I have to pee so freaking bad, too. I'm going to pee. I'm going to go get some food. And then, yeah. I will catch y'all on the flip side, I guess. I don't go nowhere without them. They might throw shots at the bouncer. Oh my goodness. My computer's glitching. You know what? Here. I'll bet you tomorrow again. All right. Goodbye. Nixie. I feel like I'm Gucci Mane in 2006. I feel like I'm in Gucci Mane in 2006. I feel like I'm Gucci Mane in 2006. Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me and I'm drowning. In water, I just gotta get in and fountain. It's so heavy, I feel like I'm holding up a mountain. What's up, when I'm drowning? I feel like I'm gonna get 2006. Oh, hey, Nixie. Sit.